Macho Man documentary.
About
to drop it. Released. I haven't seen it yet. I haven't seen it. What's up, everybody? Welcome.
We live.
Welcome to the broadcast.
We are live.
You are looking live. Okay, settle down, John. King Boss, what's happening? Okay, all right. Let's don't knock it off.
Hold on, let me get to the screen because they talking my language. It sound like
T Green.
They talking my language. It sound like
nah, they talking crazy. Dope ones, what's good, baby?
Dope ones. You see what it is, man? See what it is?
Oh yeah, you already know.
You see what it is? Much love, brother. Much love.
We were having a conversation before the show started. How I wish I could wear a hat, but man,
and I said I wish I could have hair.
Yeah.
Sometimes, I mean, I like my bald head. I'm good with the bald head, but sometimes I'm all about options in life, right? Like I may not like. That's why I have so many channels on my TV package, right? Or I got cable and I'm subscribed to like all the little services because I may not get to them.
It's wasteful.
I want the options.
That's wasteful.
I'll get to it at some point. I'll use it at some point.
You ain't gonna get to them at some point, man. What are you doing?
Now that is crazy.
Wait, what happened?
Floyd's got like hair, a beard.
Oh no!
Since when?
He's still rocking the quarantine look. What's he doing?
Well, the whole point is I know for a fact, like it's not natural. It's his real hair, but it's definitely not natural. Maybe the beard is, but the hair on his head, no, hell no, that ain't natural. He went to the finest doctors.
Oh dear,
to get that taken care of.
Oh dear,
he looks bizarre.
Boy, John, like your boy Urlacher did.
Oh, for sure. For sure. The question that we always have in this house is, you see everybody else doing this stuff. Why can't LeBron do that? I mean, LeBron is looking ridiculous.
I think he does at certain times, doesn't he? Like when he does movies or something.
Yeah, I think he does too, but it's not good enough.
Oh,
like Jamie Foxx, Brian Urlacher, different texture. Maybe that's a thing. But
yeah, well.
Jamie Foxx, Floyd Mayweather, they all brought it back and look fine. What is keeping LeBron James from being able to do this if he wants to keep his hair? I don't get it.
59.
I have no idea.
Hey, Chiron, you talking about the streams that you're doing? Like we thought you would have learned, man. You can't play music on your streams, man. They get $10,000 fine. They coming for your neck. Oh, yo, happy birthday, Cole.
Cole. Happy birthday, big dog.
Happy birthday, Cole.
Yes, so let me get that man some air horns real quick.
We got you, baby. Let's go.
Hold on, let me.
Got you securing the Bagley.
After we start, because
okay, yeah. We'll give him some love. Opening segment. Good afternoon, Cheryl in Baltimore.
Hey, Baltimore in the house. What's good?
Let's get them birthday wishes in for the homie Cole. Let's hit the thumbs up for the homie Cole. That's what we need right here. Let's get the thumbs up for the homie Cole. Couple of things out the gate as we get in here for this Cinco de Mayo edition of D'Lo and KC. One, I'm not happy about today's show. I'm not happy about the direction of today's show. I'm not happy about some of the text threads that I'm trapped in with some of your favorite media personalities. I'm not pleased how all of a sudden Marshall Harris has lost his voice of reason and he's all in on this Kenny Caraway.
It sounds like he has a lot of reason.
You know, it's gone absolutely nuts because the Sacramento Kings have won their third game in a row. So I just want to let you know I am doing today's show.
I'm just saying
under protest. I'm doing today's show under protest, so I have to throw that out there like they do. Like, what do they do that in? Baseball? Baseball says, I'm playing today's game under protest. I don't even know what the hell that means, but I'm doing today's show under protest.
Well, that usually never works. It did work one time, though.
Recently, ain't gonna work this time either.
Giants and the Cubs like 2 years ago. Giants played the game under protest, lost, and then it got reviewed the next day, and they came back and started from the moment they protested.
Okay.
They still lost, though.
So if I protest today's show from the start, do we have to do it again Saturday or Sunday?
Sure, we can do it during.
I withdraw my protest. I withdraw my protest.
We can do it during Saul Billy Joe Saunders. How about that?
Nope. I ain't gonna do that. I ain't gonna be watching that fight, but I know I ain't gonna be doing that. I ain't going to be doing that. Also, happy birthday to the homeboy Cole. He's a day one here on the show. He's a day one in the chat. Go ahead, hit him with the hey. It's a birthday, man.
Happy birthday, big dog.
And he's a Russell Westbrook fan. Give him to him one more time. Give it to him one more time. Hey.
Let's go.
You can watch along with the show at twitch.tv/ESPN1320 and youtube.com/ESPN1320. You can listen at any time over the course of the next 4 hours on the Odyssey app as well. If video streaming is not your thing, but a great way to interact with the show here immediately is in the chat on Twitch and on YouTube. And of course, you can call 916-349-1320. You can interact on social media at DLoWinKC and at ESPN1320. We are going to have some fun today because why not? The thing that we wanted as this season wound down with some Kings victories. And somehow, some way, this team has managed to get their third in a row. Hey, why this? Oh yeah, get the win, get the air horns, get the air horn wins. Hey,
today.
Now, the Kings are kind of the win is the secondary story. They beat the Oklahoma City. Now, the secondary story is the win. The third dairy story. Made it up. Yep, I'm going to run with it. Is that they almost blew it. But I guess that's kind of par for the course here. We'll get to that. But we'll start with the fact that we got a Tyrese Haliburton update. Now, we brought Luke Walton to you live yesterday. And Luke, God bless him, was obviously under orders to keep it as don't say anything yet.
Yeah,
just hey, we're optimistic. Like we're good. Yes, he got his Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch on yesterday. He's like, hey, we're optimistic. We're gathering information. We're we'll put it together and we'll get it out there for you. And part of me thought this is probably going to drop right before the game starts. It didn't. I didn't think that it would drop right as the game expired, right as the game ended, which is exactly what it did. But it didn't come from Luke Walton. It didn't come from anybody in the Sacramento Kings organization. It didn't even come from the Kings. Of course, it came from the be-all, end-all to NBA News. It came from Adrian Wojnarowski, who told us that, and it's kind of what we suspected given the tone of Luke Walton's press conference yesterday, Casey. No surgery needed for Tyrese Haliburton, no ligament damage to Tyrese Haliburton. Again, it's something that you could check right away. So when you hear that the team is optimistic, the night of the injury, you're probably in pretty good shape as it pertains to an ACL tear. But no ligament damage for Tyrese Haliburton. He's expected to make a full recovery. They floated the idea, and this will be a running theme in today's show. Again, this is why I'm protesting today's show. He's likely out the remainder of the regular season.
Make sure you say that regular season.
But should any other scenario come into play, they would reevaluate Tyrese Haliburton's availability.
Great idea.
That's where we are with Tyrese. I guess all in all, good news. It's frustrating. His season is likely over. It didn't seem definitive in any way. I think what are we at? 6 games left now. It didn't seem definitive in any sort of way, but overall, good news.
Absolutely. Tyrese, no structural damage, no ligament damage or anything like that. So that's a great thing. That's always a great thing. The cat was kind of out of the bag when we saw him on the bench.
Yeah.
In street clothes, and I'm sure maybe he had a little brace under the sweats that he had. It was a nice little sweatsuit.
That was a good sweatsuit.
Yeah.
Yep.
I'm sure he might have had a little brace or a little wrap around him or whatever the case may be, but he was moving around. He was moving around, and somebody with any kind of ligament tears or anything like that, wouldn't be on that floor.
Not in the days leading up to surgery. You sure not going to be.
Not at all. Not at all. So that was the cat being let out of the bag. But you mentioned it a little bit on Twitter, and I asked the question on top of that.
Mm-hmm.
Sort of seems like they left Luke hanging out to dry again.
Yeah.
For like the third time this year to go out there and deal with something that, I mean, at 12:30, they could have put a, I'm not even saying Monty shouldn't has to do a press conference or anything like that. 12:30, it could have been a statement coming out saying so. I'm sure they did not get those results at what time the game in, like 6:30, 7 o'clock. I'm sure they
did. They
like they had them.
They definitely did it. Why they didn't allow Luke to just say it during the pregame media availability is beyond me. I've watched some of these things happen. Here's another thing that you need to know. And this goes beyond the Sacramento Kings. This is the NBA in general. This isn't a shot at the Kings in the way that they interact with the media. But we joked that perhaps this was the day before, because it took a really long time for the results of Tyrese Haliburton's MRI. We joked that perhaps there was hey, can y'all throw us a bone here and not announce the MRI results until who is off the air, so we can get a little love over here. You know what I mean? And the fact is, most NBA organizations don't do that. Right. Like, I've heard frustrations from people who worked in media outlets for other NBA teams in the league where they don't get the scoop. Woj get the scoop. Shams get the scoop. Chris Mannix gets the scoop. Somebody else gets the scoop, but not the local, because that's how they see me and you. And James Ham is great. James Ham has to dig to get the information that he does a great job at it. But with medical stuff, it can be a little bit harder to get. So they're concerned. They knew that another situation that I saw firsthand was Woj was given a piece of information days in advance. He was given the information days in advance, and it was, hey, we have to inform 2 other people. We have to inform 2 other companies. We'll text you. You can draft the tweet. You can get the tweet ready. We'll text you the second you can run with it. But right now, don't release it. Everything that you've heard, it's 100% true, but don't release it yet. You'll get it first, but we have to as I knew to the minute that Woj's tweet was going to go out. The day he announced Kara Lawson as a member of the Boston Celtics coaching staff, I knew to the second that tweet was going to go out, because I knew what time the meetings were taking place. And he knew well in advance. Right. I don't know if it's now I know the situation in that, how it lined up and why it worked out the way that it did. Yeah. Why Woj confirmed it, got it, waited on it. It has to do with relationships. And I wonder if someone in the Sacramento Kings has a relationship with Woj where they said, hey, here's the news on Tyrese. Please wait till after the game is over, or please wait till, the final buzzer. Please wait, till whatever to release the information. You can have it first. We'll put out our statement right after you do. And in turn, you can often get, hey, what's going on with Nate Bjorkson in Indiana? Hey, what's going on with David Vanderpool there in Minnesota? Hey, what's going on with this particular player in Boston or Brooklyn or whatever? It's relationships, man.
Yeah. And it just,
whether it's right or it's wrong, it's relationships.
Right. It seems like, they want the center stage, so to speak. So it goes to those big guys first. You want Woj tweeting something out about the Kings that's positive, I guess. You know what I mean? Or I don't know. Maybe they just feel more comfortable with him. But that's the way it typically goes. It goes Woj or Shams and not guys like James Ham, Jason Jones first. And it's
frustrating given
that it's not exclusive to the Kings. I don't think either. I mean, it's not wide. That's kind of how the game goes right now.
I mean, you look around, like you know who has it first. No Charlotte beat reporter had LaMelo Ball coming back before Woj did. They go to Woj first because he's the center of the NBA media universe. The beat reporter in Charlotte, James Ham's on my push notifications James Ham's on a lot of people's push notifications. James Ham's not on the Jason Jones, same thing. He's not on the NBA world's push notifications.
Right.
Adrian Wojnarowski is. And Tyrese Haliburton is a bright spot for the Kings, which is why you often see that. And I can't imagine it. It is what it is for us. We're not going to get that kind of dirt. We're not even the number one media partner here, but for them. But I can't imagine how frustrating it is for Jason Jones, who covers them, or Jason Anderson, or James Ham, or any of those guys who dig and work and grind every day to try to get this information out to the fan base, who with that type of news would rejoice over it. Instead, they got to wait for the Adrian Wojnarowski push notification to come through. And for Kings fans, it was like, damn, like we heard from Luke. We've got Doug here on TV. We got Mark Jones on TV, for God's sakes. We even heard James Ham on the y'all couldn't tell us yet. It had to come from Woj. Like, dang.
I guess I really just don't understand why. I know they're trying to maybe get results from other opinions and things of that nature. I mean, it's not like they flew Tyrese all around the country.
Yeah.
So I don't know how these other opinions work or anything like that.
He might not have even got other opinions. Luke essentially had to go to the podium and make something up.
And that's crazy to me.
Which is what you said. They've kind of hung him out there to dry yesterday.
This is the third time, I think. Second time for sure. I feel there was another time. There was the Bielitsa situation. And
that's a great point.
And was it Marvin? Something was going. Was it when Marvin left? Or?
Yeah, because they never really announced Marvin left.
Yeah.
Like it was just, he'll rejoin the team in Arizona. And we all put it together.
Right.
We assumed he was gone because we recognized, wait a minute. Did you see him on the bench? It's like, it was just like one of those things. Like, did you see him? Did you see him? Yeah. Nobody saw him. And then I think that's when we started to piece together, he might not be here.
I don't know why they keep hanging him out to dry like that and leaving him in those situations to kind of freestyle.
And that's what he did. And that's exactly what he did with Nemanja Bjelica too. That's a great point. That was the other one that came up. So now that we've gotten the not terrible news regarding Tyrese Haliburton, let's dive into the game. The Sacramento Kings win their third straight. Kenny Caraway is going to go completely irrational here in just a heartbeat. Make sure you stick around for that. Twitch.tv/ESPN1320, YouTube.com/ESPN1320. Get comfortable. We're here with you for the next 4 hours. It's D'Lo and KC on Sacramento's number one sports station, ESPN 1320.
Hey, Kenny Caraway here. And as you guys can see, the temperatures, it is warming up. Them Sacramento summer nights are right around the corner. You know, I love them. And what better way to celebrate those Sacramento summer nights and a little, I don't know, playoff Kings basketball than with McQueen and the Violet Ball gin. That's how I'm going to get it done. A little gin and blueberry lemonade with a little Kings playoff basketball. I can't wait. Look, man, the smooth delivery and the distinct citrus flavor cools and refreshes me every single time, man. And with McQueen and the Violet Fog, it's something where you can literally taste the quality in every single bottle, man. This Brazilian gin is produced in limited batches of less than 55 cases per distillation. So that tells me, and it should tell you, they don't make much, but what they do make is damn good. Order online at drizzly.com or grab a bottle next time you're in a store. And if they're not in the store, don't worry. You know, people in high places, myself and Damian Barling, we'll talk to our guy Ben and we'll get that re-up and we'll get you a bottle. We'll make sure you're good, all right? Show us how you enjoy McQueen and the Violet Fog gin by tagging your posts at D'Lo and KC and at McQueen Violet Fog. It's time to put the entire valley onto the best gin in the world today. After 500 years, it's time for a new gin. It's time for McQueen and the Violet Fog. KIFM reminds you, you know, but I'll remind you again, be responsible. Don't drink and drive.
Good stuff. And great, and appreciate everybody who tags us too on those posts. We take all of those and use one. We're going to retweet all of them. But second of all, we're going to be using all those for something, man. So we appreciate it. Tried to make a little IG story out of it a couple of days ago.
About to
Didn't pop like I wanted it to, so I'm gonna keep working on it.
So I'll take you guys. We're transparent.
Mhm.
So a lot of it is freestyle. I'd say maybe about half of it's 50-60% of it is freestyle. The other, there's certain things that I want to make sure I say, right? So when I say that, there's times when I'm reading and I have this Word document in front of me. I can't see the screen. I can't see how Damian is reacting to me saying playoffs, but I come back and I hear there's eye rolls. I heard the sigh. It's happening, baby. It's happening. Playoff talk right here.
It's good stuff. That's good stuff.
Will, you did a great job with that chart. I almost don't need boxes. I'm still coming up with the boxes, but you killed that.
Yeah, that was good. Yeah. Yeah, that's a good point, John. Best part of IG stories is even if they don't look like the way you want them to, they go away. It's not sitting on the main feed, so that's cool. Yeah. If you didn't see the post, I think ESPN 1320. I think I posted it to the ESPN 1320 account.
It's on there.
I know every
tweeted it.
Yeah,
like that, so
it's some good work from Will that breaks down the top MVP candidates, the percentage of games that they've played, where they rank in terms of points, rebounds, assists, steals, all of that good stuff. I had to get on Javon today. Man, Jokic is almost averaging a triple-double. Oh, for real?
I read that chart, and I didn't come away with the same thoughts everybody else did.
I didn't either.
I looked at that thing and I was like,
well, again, like your vote can go wherever you want it to go, but dismissing Giannis Antetokounmpo because the Bucks didn't win the NBA championship last year, that's not what the award is.
Sense.
Like,
it don't make no damn sense.
And like, let's just be clear. The Nuggets are winning the title this year, or we're just going to give it to Jokic and then move on from him and never mention him again. He goes into the dirt box of MVPs.
Yeah, you might get bounced in the first round.
Wade's shaping out. See, everybody got remarks about the types of shirt I'm wearing. I'm even getting them here to my text. Like, that's fine. I see. It's 107 degrees outside, and brother can't get. This is literally the hottest room in the house. The studio is the hottest room in the house. And y'all thought I was playing yesterday when I got a little animated discussing my favorite basketball player, and Carmelo Anthony too. He was a part of that conversation. I was sweating all to be damned. I was hot, like I couldn't warm up. The show finally ended. It was like musty in here. It was like, man, woo, it is hot. To get the fan, turn the air on, get some circulation in here.
Hey, and look, I'm gonna tell you like this. Yesterday, there was people doing the lawn. In my studio, I closed the window, whatever the case may be. I'm gonna tell you right now, they could be building the second Golden One Center outside of my house. That window is not getting closed today. I'm gonna tell you that right now. It's hot as hell. Y'all gonna have to hear it then.
We just like this is Sacramento does this sometimes. They just go, you know what? We're good on spring. We're good. Let's just shoot straight over to summer. Let's get down with it. Let's go.
I love the summer.
Let's go shirtless from May to September. Let's go. We rolling along. Let's make it happen. And your Kings are making it hot. It's the best transition I could come up with. I don't know what you mean. It wasn't. It wasn't.
They making it hot.
It wasn't. The Kings won under if it mid-season, even beginning of the season, we'd be pissed about last night's game. Tell me I'm wrong. Tell me I'm wrong. If we were at a different point in today's season, if we were at a different point in this season, this year, we wouldn't be frustrated with the way last night's game went.
Sure.
You did say if you hold the Oklahoma City Thunder under their scoring average, they'd win. That was one of Kenny's keys to a Kings victory. Yes, and they did it. Now they scored under Oklahoma City scoring average as well.
Minor details.
103-99 was the final score, a 3-game winning streak for the Sacramento Kings. That's they're 4-3 without De'Aaron this season. I don't know, man. Go ahead. I know what you want to do. Just do it. Just get it over with. Just do it. You got 3.5 hours. Go ahead.
Well, let me start off by going through some of my my notes for the game that I took yesterday. I was take my notes every game. Try to take them every game. I was taking my notes yesterday, and I want to start off by saying,
curious to see what your notes were there for the end of the fourth quarter, but go ahead. We can get to that in a few minutes.
First and foremost, I have in my notes here, and I mean this. I mean no disrespect when I say this, but who the hell were those people playing for the Thunder?
Oh.
Who the hell were those guys?
So,
have no idea who the hell 9 out of the 10 people that played were.
How many Thunder fans do you think felt the same way about the Kings?
No.
What is a Jamias Ramsey? Like, what?
Was crazy.
We had Jamias Ramsey out there for 3 minutes. Kyle Guy got some. Dude, Justin James. Who's this guy jacking up all these shots for the Kings?
Justin James, Terrence Davis, Jamias Ramsey. Yeah, they definitely feel that way. The whole damn team.
Do you think Shaquille O'Neal could have named 4 people playing in last night's game?
Absolutely not. Damian, you know how much basketball I watch. I'm not sure I could have named 4 people. I know Ty Jerome. Mm-hmm. I know Ty Jerome. I know, my guy Mikhailou. You want to talk about irrationally in love. I want the Kings to explore every opportunity to get Mikhailou.
Really?
I've been liking Mikhailou. I think he'd be perfect. And I know he had the stroke. I knew he could stroke that thing. Did you see the 2-hand hammer he put down in the second quarter?
Yeah.
I didn't know he had it like that.
Yeah.
I'm almost embarrassed to say how irrational. It's in my notes right here. I love, capital letters, love the idea of Mikhailou on the Kings. Find a way to get him.
You love the legend that is Lou Dort also, don't you? Maybe not love, but you know who he is.
Yeah, I know Lou Dort. Who did I say? I said Ty Jerome, Lou Dort, Mikhailou.
Okay, that's 3. Yeah, all right. That's 3.
They came out here with what was the guy's name?
But Derek? The great part is you couldn't name 4 people on the Oklahoma City Thunder. I don't think Shaquille O'Neal could have named 4 people in the game. He would have gotten Buddy. He probably would have gotten Marvin, and it would have ended there.
Well, it's also sad that he owns the Kings, and he
does own the Kings. That's right. He is the owner of the Kings. He's gonna turn DeMarcus Cousins into a pro player, I believe.
This dude Deck last night, boy, thought he was Carmelo Anthony with confidence. He was like, "I got the rock. I'm going to work."
Mm-hmm.
We talk about Metu's confidence. Oh, that boy Deck was like, "Don't worry, guys. I'm here.
Watch me work." Yeah,
oh, God, and he had a pretty good game too, by the way. So yeah, that was first and foremost. I didn't know who the hell half of those guys. Daisley, who played really good. I like the way he played. Yeah, had no idea.
We probably could have played a game yesterday. Thunder player or 24-hour fitness regular. We probably could have. We could have run that yesterday as part of the final hour.
Absolutely, but going further down into my notes. So, I mean, that fourth quarter, terrifying.
Yeah,
terrifying. I was actually watching that one. You know, in this month in baseball season going on, Little League baseball season, I made the tweet the other day where Sunday was the first time in a couple weeks I've been able to watch a Kings game live. I always go back and watch it, but actually watch it live. And last night wasn't one of those nights. So I'm at the game and I turned it on. I saw the score just kind of shrinking, and I turned on the last 3 minutes. Oh my gosh. I said, if they mess around and lose this game, when it got to 100-99, and they had the offensive foul on Rashawn Holmes, I said, come on, man. Come on.
Kings fans were watching that like a horror movie with their hands over their eyes. Like, come on, man. They're not even watching. They're like peeking, like just to see what happens. Like it was.
I said, what are we doing? But they had DeLon Wright, who had some of the biggest plays of the season for the Kings last night. I mean, he got the steal and the layup, which was huge. Yeah. I mean, that was huge. Then he got the strip on Basley that they had to review. And at first it was Rule Thunder ball, showed that it was off his knee. And then the driving layup that kind of sealed the deal. DeLon Wright. Oh,
36 minutes from DeLon Wright last night. 6 of 15 from the field. Okay, not exactly spectacular, but like that's okay. He had 13 points. He had 8 assists. He had 10 rebounds. almost a triple-double if you care about that sort of thing.
Yeah, some people do, some people don't.
That is a solid outing from a dude making his first start with the Sacramento Kings.
Yeah, really solid, man. Showed some onions down the stretch with some of those big plays, man. So the line right was money, man. And OKC, I don't know pretty much any of those guys. They just got beat by, I think the final score was like a 61-point loss. They were down by 67 a couple days ago. But they did play a good game like the following night or the following game against Phoenix. I think that one went down to the last. I think
they play up to their competition. Yeah, I don't know if you've
clearly what it is. Yeah. Clearly what it is. They I think that game against Phoenix was kind of the same as the Kings game. It was like last possession or two. Okay. So, people, hey, it happens. I agree with you. If we were in the middle of the season and something was going on, people would be so disgusted by it.
Well,
but number one, it happens. It's as much as we don't know these guys, it's the NBA. And number two, just win the damn game.
Well, yeah, okay. Well, let me throw in a number 3. This is actually where I thought you was going. De'Aaron ain't there. Harrison ain't there. Tyrese Haliburton ain't there. So option number 1 is gone. Option number 2 is gone. Option number 3 is gone. You're already dealing with a team who, before the trade deadline, had a depth issue. Yeah. We thought they had addressed the depth problems quite a bit there at the trade deadline, and you see here that they have. I'm not baffled at how they won last night's game. Like, last night's game is how you could do that against a bad team, like balanced. You had 7 guys in double figures yesterday, including Justin James, by the way.
Oh, man.
Justin James getting up 10 shots yesterday in a game that you won by 4. Think about that sentence. Think about that sentence being uttered after the Kings start the season 3-1. Hey, the Kings won a game yesterday and Justin James got 10 shots up. It wouldn't even make sense. Like that would sound absolutely outrageous. But the balanced effort from the Kings in terms of scoring, the fact that they did a pretty good job protecting the ball, something that they've done, for the most part this season. Buddy returned to, Buddy did what 5 of 16, 5 of 13. That's kind of there's Buddy. There's kind of Buddy in a nutshell, and like that's fine. I'm not picking on him because no one had a big offensive outing. Again, you got 7 guys scoring in double digits, and I honest to goodness don't know how they do this.
I don't either. But so I'm gonna start with the bad from Buddy real quick that I noticed. I mean, he took some shots yesterday where I was just like, what the hell is that? Like, what? Well, why are you doing that?
No.
But I wanna point out something from Buddy, giving him props, because I saw and I heard on multiple occasions last night Buddy communicating on the defensive end. And whether it was like ball coming out of bounds, I remember specifically one of the plays where the ball was being inbounded and he was trying to make sure, hey, look over here. Like, he was getting everybody where it's supposed to be. There was another time, I think in the fourth quarter, where Sean was on a switch on one of the point guards and Buddy was communicating, clapping, engaged. And that's the kind of stuff that I've asked for so many times, so many nights from this team. And I don't want to say like this is the first time. I would lean towards Buddy has done this a lot over the course of the season. Maybe he's just not in tune to actually like be that difference maker on the defensive end. But
maybe he doesn't feel like that's his role when the other guys are around.
Yeah, maybe so.
Maybe it should be.
Absolutely. But and something like that, Damien, that's nobody's role. That's just what you do. I say all the time when I'm coaching, I know his high school is different than the pros, but all 5 guys need to be communicating. It's not, just the defensive stopper or, our defensive. It's all 5 guys out there on the floor, whether it's the starters or the last 5 guys on the bench. Like that is the bottom line basics to what it is. And I noticed it last night from Buddy. I don't think it was the first time he's done that. That's leadership from him. Shout out to him for that. And I just wanted to make sure I got that across because I noticed it and I was like, yeah, that's what's up. That's something I've been asking for a lot this year. And I know for sure I saw it last night from him.
What we've seen over the course of the last handful of games is the definition of guys. I mean, you ask for this all the time. I hate the next man up line because I think it minimizes the player you're stepping up for. Like I feel like if De'Aaron Fox goes down, I hate when they do it in football. I don't like when they do it in basketball. I know what they mean, and I don't mean it. I know they don't mean it to like degrade the player. Right. But I feel like when you say next man up, it's almost like, yeah, that's fine. Someone's got to step into De'Aaron's place. Yeah, doesn't work like that. Mm-hmm. Like you don't have someone on this roster who could just step into De'Aaron's place. But what you do have is a group of guys who step up. And I think the connotation of that is a little bit different. You've had a group of guys here who have stepped up in the absence of De'Aaron Fox. Now, in the absence of Tyrese Haliburton, in the absence of Harrison Barnes. And I don't know why it's working the way that it is. But it is. And that's what we wanted as this season came to a conclusion. We've talked about it so many times. What do you want to see here as this season winds down? We want to see what these guys that Monty McNair acquired at the trade deadline have the ability to do. Can some of them, come back here and be a part of the depth? Again, these guys aren't the difference between ending the 15-year drought and not ending the 15-year drought. They are guys that contribute to the difference in ending the 15-year drought and not ending the 15-year drought. I'll take that group that Monty McNair acquired at the trade deadline. I'll take them in a heartbeat headed into next year.
Hey man, Monty McNair is doing a great job. The players are doing a great job.
Wow, Cheryl from Elk Grove. Hey. I don't know if you heard that. Monty McNair doing a great job.
Hey, Monty McNair doing a great job. The players, they're stepping up. They're doing a great job.
Oh, you're
Alvin Gentry doing a great job out there. Rex Kalamian got these boys playing.
I ain't gonna bite. I don't know what you want me to say.
Boy, these boys win some games, and it's a group effort. It's a group effort. It's a team effort when they win some games. I'll tell you that.
You ain't gonna get me to do it.
Let them lose some games. Let them lose some games.
They've lost plenty.
No more. Ain't no team effort no more. And it ain't just you, David. It ain't just you. But no, I wanted. I do.
This is why I protested today's show. This is why I'm doing today's show under protest.
Cheryl Nell Grove. She's not having it. Told me to get a life.
She's about had it with you. You know what it means when your mom's is about had it with you? She's got my back. She's like, you need to back off. You need to chill.
Told me to get a life.
Talk about let them lose some games. They've lost 37 of them. They're 28-37. They've won 3 in a row. They've won 3 in a row at the end of the season. They deserve applause for that, given the fact that De'Aaron and Harrison and
the boys have stepped up. They stepped up. Boy, these players, they didn't stepped up. Alvin Gentry got these boys going. Rex Kalamian got them playing defense. Woo.
Lindsey Harding and Bobby Jackson, too. Our man Rico out there putting in work. I know what you're doing. I ain't gonna do it. I ain't doing it.
Because I'm revisiting a question a little later. I don't even know if necessarily you need to answer. I want to hear from the people. But before I get that, I do want to say, me and Jesse were talking about this before the show. And in all seriousness, shout out to Monty. His pickups are playing great. We didn't even mention how good Terrence Davis played yesterday.
Yeah.
Terrence Davis was balling yesterday, man.
30 minutes for TD yesterday.
Yeah, and he was in some big shots in that second quarter and in the third quarter as well, or fourth quarter and second quarter, actually. And DeLon Wright, Damian Jones had a couple moments out there. So these are acquisitions by Monty McNair. And I think that he has this team along with Mo Harkless, who had a good game as well. We've got to make sure we re-sign him. But Mo Harkless, a.k.a. Big Sean, he looks just like Big Sean. Bringing those guys back and solidifying the depth in the bench is huge. And that's a check mark already for Monty. I feel, and I continue to feel this way, the only thing left is that, and it's the hardest thing, it's not like going to the grocery store and picking something up. It is the hardest thing, is finding that next star, borderline or certified all-star. If they get that, sky's the limit because everything else is in place right now. I feel you got one young one in De'Aaron Fox. You got an up and comer in Tyrese Haliburton.
That's what I was going to ask. That's what I was going to ask right there. Is he already on the roster?
Maybe. I said it the other day.
CJ wasn't acquired. Right?
Right.
And I'm using CJ as an example because that's one of your favorite go-to guys. And obviously, when you talk about, exceptional backcourts in the league, you talk about CJ and Dame. You talk about Steph and Clay. Neither one of those guys were acquired outside of the draft. De'Aaron, same thing. Tyrese, it could be. Now, we talked about CJ yesterday. CJ made an all-star game. I don't know how Tyrese is. CJ's 30 years old. I don't know how close Tyrese is to an all-star game. Hell, we know in Sacramento, if Tyrese gonna make an all-star game anytime soon, Kings better be like number 1, number 2 seed. That's the way it is. I think if De'Aaron starts next season the way he finished, the way he was finishing this season, I think he's an all-star and he can't be denied.
I think he'll get into the range of being an all-star snub. Right?
Okay.
To your point, with
Dame Lillard. That's what Dame Lillard was.
Dame Lillard. But you were right about DeMarcus Cousins. Like DeMarcus had some all-star caliber years before he didn't make it for a year or two, and it was like, oh, he's got to be on there, and then he finally made it.
And I feel you're right, and maybe De'Aaron was in the vicinity. I think of had the Kings not blown, if the Kings had not had that 9-game losing streak or whatever it was headed into the All-Star game, if that hadn't, if the timing of that had just been a couple of weeks later. All things the same, except for that losing streak, De'Aaron probably could have fallen into the snub category. Nobody looked at De'Aaron as a snub because his play declined a little bit and the team's play followed.
Yeah, absolutely.
But when you talked about DeMarcus, you look at the year before DeMarcus Cousins made an all-star game, his numbers were extraordinary. De'Aaron's numbers this year are going to be really, really good, and his second half of the season isolated numbers are going to be extraordinary. He's going to be in the as long as, knock on wood, as long as the Kings aren't terrifyingly bad to start next season, he's going to be in that conversation. Even if he winds up being Devin Booker didn't even make the All-Star team this year.
Right.
He was a replacement player. Right. So if De'Aaron, maybe De'Aaron gets elevated to the replacement player, category.
And look, we talked about it before. I think you brought it up when you were looking at some things between De'Aaron Fox and Jason Tatum. De'Aaron Fox, the numbers are comparable to what Tatum has done and career-wise. But Tatum is held in a different esteem because his teams have at least been in the playoffs and been successful. They got to the Eastern Conference Finals and all that. And
LeBron posts stuff on Instagram about him.
That's true too. He did post stuff about Ben McLemore when he was drafted too, though. So, and was it Malachi Richardson?
Rich Paul guy.
I think so. But so there's that. And then look, so here's the other thing about it is you mentioned maybe the guy's already here with Tyrese Haliburton. Maybe the guy's already here with the 6'11" power forward who was a little tantalizing again last night a couple times. Now in the fourth quarter, he missed some open jump shots. He missed some gimmies at the rim that really frustrated the hell out of me. But the way he started that game, I mean, that when he had that one post up move with the spin move, pump fake, step through, finish on the other side, I said, "Oh, that's how we working, Marvin? That's how we working?" Yesterday was such a weird game. Like, was Oklahoma City? I need the defensive aficionados to get at me here. Was Oklahoma City playing really good defense yesterday? I mean, the Kings shot 41%. Like Marvin Bagley, terrible game. Marvin Bagley shouldn't be shooting 5 of 15 from the field. He shot 5 threes, and I know that's part of the game now. Yeah. And he hit one of them, and actually the one that he hit was the timing of it was huge. But at the same, I could see let Marvin work a little bit like that. That's what we saw against Dallas. That's what we saw in his, off the bench role against Los Angeles. Los Angeles is bigger than Oakland. Like, let him work a little bit. We saw him kind of popping out and hanging around the perimeter a lot more than I thought we should have yesterday. No, I agree with you 100%. And to answer your question, I mean, that was not a defensive battle. That was just two teams that were anemic, struggling. Yeah, that's what I was. I kind of get sidetracked sometime in the chat. And I know young Kobe is having this discussion with our guy, John Bull, about Fox being young Kobe says that De'Aaron Fox is on his way to being like John Wall. John Bull said he's already exceeded the trend, the pace of John Wall.
Wait a minute, so, John Wall was in the MVP conversation. Like John Wall was a top point guard in the league.
He was, and I bring this up because Young Kobe says, KC question of the day: how are we not destined to be a worse version of the early 10s Wizards if our best player is De'Aaron Fox? Number one, I think De'Aaron Fox is going to end up being better than John Wall. Number two, that team. That John Wall Bradley Beal team lost in Game 7 in Boston in the second round of the playoffs.
Yeah,
sign me up today.
You guys, John Wall was really good. What are we talking about? Like John Wall was an MVP candidate.
Yes.
What are we talking? Like, what is this conversation? I need you to tune out the chat. I don't know what those guys are talking about right now.
I don't. But I'll even say
John Wall was phenomenal in Washington. I think he's still good. He's not that. But he's like no, John Wall with Washington. I mean, he was good, man. And when he got that contract, it was kind of like, gosh, feels like they really reached with that one. Not the second contract, the first contract.
Right.
And then he lived up to it.
Yeah, John Wall was one of the top point guards in the game.
Yeah.
And I agree with everything you're saying about John Wall, and I agree with the fact that I think De'Aaron Fox is number one. His trajectory is already better from where Fox is in his fourth year and where John Wall is or was.
Agree.
And I
completely agree.
End up being better. And that's not a knock on John Wall. That is to show love to what I think De'Aaron Fox could be. I always remember what James Hand talked about when he came on here one time. And he talked about how look at the comparison to Fox in his fourth season and Russell Westbrook in his fourth season.
Mm-hmm.
And Fox is way better. Like Westbrook was always really,
De'Aaron
really
Fox
good.
Is on his way to being the most hated player in the league.
Possibly.
After
look, I saw this montage that I think it was the NBA's Twitter or something like that did on Russell Westbrook last night. It was like 6.5 minutes. if De'Aaron Fox ends up being the most hated player in the game because he's that guy, oh hell yeah,
I'll take it.
Oh hell yeah, Russell Westbrook is insane. My man said it on a Twitter, a one of one. Russell Westbrook.
Yes,
there's another
indeed.
question I want to ask you guys.
I know. I know, and thankfully you haven't really, you haven't really dove down the avenue I thought you were going to yet. But I guess we've got 3 hours of show left. Yeah, we've got plenty of time here. We're talking more Kings as D'Lo and KC roll along here on Sacramento's #1 sports station. Catch us on Twitch, catch us on YouTube, catch us on the Odyssey app. It's ESPN 1320.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Do you have his number? Okay.
I gotta read that because they got some questions.
Oh, Donnie dropped the Sack is Dope collection.
Let's see what.
Let's go. Use the promo code Sack is Dope at checkout.
Hey.
Let's go. Man, this is a clean design. John, you got to go check this out. I think you'll like this one. Like photographers, I think will really like this design. This is clean. Oh, the one with the clouds in the background.
Let me pull this up. Let me see.
Man, this is nice. Yeah, I don't know if Donnie's still in here, man, but you did that one, bro. You did that one.
Oh yeah, that's fire.
Yeah, you did that one.
The first 2 seconds. In this
I'll show it to you guys here, or at least I'll try to. Hang on, I put it on IG. There's a whole bunch of these designs like that.
That's love, and you know what's really dope about that, about this whole thing is, Don is not from Sacramento.
Mm-hmm.
Don is from New York. He's New York and Florida. He's seen the best of the best, but the way he puts on for Sacramento shows love. And look, I'm gonna say it for him because he's a very humble dude. This ain't no, just run of the mill guy. This guy out here rubbing shoulder. He got a relationship with Fabulous. He got a relationship with Spike Lee, and he connected, and people respect him. He got a relationship with Revolt, and he is putting.
He works his ass off, man. Yeah,
he out here making a whole Sacramento line, man. That's big. That's major.
TheDopeOnes.com. thedopeones.com. If you look around, you might even see some. You might see some merchandise for some discontinued podcast out there. You see some for some active podcasts as well, but go to thedopeones.com. I'm getting that Sack is Dope shirt with the clouds in the background. I already know what shoes. Shoes work with it. Let's go.
The dad hat is fire. I'm gonna have like 5 black and white dad hats, but no, I gotta get this one. I gotta get the Sack is Dope one.
I feel seen. So what? You got a vendetta against sleeves. What the problem is? At Don is Dope. That's the handle on IG for all of y'all. At Don is Dope or at Dope Ones Official. Just go to Donnie's first. At Don is Dope. And see that set up. Oh yeah, that's hot.
This is gonna fly off the shelves.
Yes, sir. Got you, baby. See? Yep. Tomorrow's Thursday, so yep. 1:45 to 2:15 or whatever. True.
Shout out to my people over at Capital Agenda too. I got some stuff from them over the weekend, man. It's a dope store down in Doco. They said they listened to the show, man. So big ups.
Okay.
To my people over at Capital Agenda.
What are that? What's that?
It's like a
the clothing.
It's a store. They got clothing. They got actually got a barbershop in there too. I didn't use that, but they have like graphic tees and shoes and stuff like that. Dope store.
Okay.
Dope store. We got a link, man. I
envy people who can just go to like barbers, like just there's a barbershop right there. I'm gonna stop in there and get my hair cut.
What's that?
Yeah, it's a different culture. It's a different culture out there. It was like no, you can't use another barber. That's like cheating on them. What are you doing? It's always fun after the Kings get a victory, and we are riding along here on twitch.tv/ESPN1320, youtube.com/ESPN1320. It's always fun to watch the show because we never go to commercial. We appreciate everybody listening on Odyssey, and we appreciate everybody listening on 1320 AM. And if you want to take part in the show and you can't get on Twitch, you can't get on YouTube, you can always get on social media at D'Lo and KC or at ESPN1320. And then, of course, you can call the show, 916-349-1320. You should already have that number saved as your favorite radio station in your phone. We've got you covered there. As we talking Kings basketball, and Kings obviously doing some pretty incredible things here, winning 3 straight. That's not necessarily incredible. The fact that they beat the Oklahoma City Thunder, not necessarily incredible, but the fact they've been doing all of this without De'Aaron Fox, who earlier this season, it felt like this team couldn't put one foot in front of the other unless De'Aaron Fox was playing at an all-NBA level. They've done it without Harrison Barnes, which earlier this season, it felt like this team couldn't hold a team below 150 points unless Harrison Barnes was out there on the field. And then Tyrese Haliburton, if you recall, the first time Tyrese Haliburton missed games this year, Kings couldn't win, period.
No.
And here they are. All 3 of those guys are out, and they managed to beat, as they should, a very poor Oklahoma City Thunder team. Now, go ahead.
Let's have a discussion.
Go ahead.
We can
just rip the Band-Aid off and do it. So I've already been subject to this, by the way. I've already been subject to this in text messages involving Marshall Harris and Kenny Caraway. So I'm already. Oh, isn't that cute? You and Marshall are little BFFs now after this. That's adorable.
Shout out Marshall.
Adorable.
Go check them out. Every night on CBS 13, about 11:28 or so.
You won't believe these two are in just lockstep. They're just skipping up. They're easing on down the road like Diana and Michael and the Wiz. Don't you care nothing? That might be a load. Off to the playing game. Let's go.
Oh man. I don't even know if I want to go here, but I'm going to go here because, I want to be open and honest with my people.
Mm-hmm.
Never seen All the Wiz.
Oh, don't. That movie is horrible.
Come on, man.
It's horrible. Movie. You should have, but don't go out of your way. It's terrible. It's long. And it's like Diana, like it's like then 50-year-old Diana Ross playing a teenager. Like, you don't like come on, man. What are you guys doing? Like, Diana, I love Diana. I love Diana. I love Tracy more. I love Diana. But no, you don't have to see it. It's just kind of if you've seen parts of it, you've seen enough of it.
I mean, that's kind of how I feel. But I don't know. Maybe I'll get Reese to sit down. He'll watch it or something like that. He got to have that in his life, in his repertoire. At one point, it's like, look, you don't even know a theme song like you do.
Don't you care nothing that baby? Oh, that's the jam. You could listen to that theme song all day, all day.
I gotta get that in the repertoire. That's like have you ever played the game Black Card Revoked?
Yes.
I love that game.
Yes.
I'll be failing more than you would realize.
That is a blast.
I'll be having to take it away more times than you realize.
What? It's just one of those good. Yeah, it's out there, but it's fun. It's fun. It's good stuff. It's good stuff.
So what I was gonna say is, look, man, said yesterday, 8 games left for both the Kings and the Spurs, and I'm completely bypassing the Pelicans. I don't know why, but I am.
Yeah. Pelicans, by the way, won last night.
Yeah,
just gonna point that out. Okay.
Warriors. Well, I tell you, these Warriors, they you wouldn't talk about MVPs and Dub Nation and we got the Draymond Green defense. You don't win. Man, y'all stay around 500 like you pointed out yesterday. Just stay around. I think they're 1 game below right now, and you can't beat the sorry Pelicans. Again, you let Lonzo Ball, who I like, by the way, wouldn't mind seeing Lonzo Ball in a Kings uniform. You let him drop 33 on your head the night after he goes like 3 for 18 from the field. Warriors ain't no good for nothing. Sorry, Danny in San Francisco. It is what it is.
He ain't listening. You really going in on the Warriors right now? Warriors are 33 and 33.
Come on. How
many times have the Warriors lost 9 games in a row?
I'm not saying that they're worse than the Kings. I'm just saying I needed them to handle business last night.
Well, you got to be big. Kings should have handled business all year.
Well, Kings handled business last night. I needed the Warriors to do the same. They did not. I got a problem with that.
By the way, you don't think New Orleans has looked at San Antonio's schedule? You think it's just you don't think it's JC down there and JC and partial on TBS down there or TBC or whatever channel he's on? You don't think they're exchanging text messages about how you look at San Antonio's schedule is tough. You don't think anybody in New Orleans is looking at it? They're looking at the same thing that you are.
Yeah, but we're not going to worry about New Orleans.
Oh, okay.
I'm going to look past them.
Okay.
I'm going to look past them. I'm just saying 6-2 is what I need the Kings to finish. 2-6 is what I needed San Antonio to finish. They got Utah tonight. All right. I'm going to just tell you like this. Damien,
just going to point this at just let me do this, please.
Okay.
Philly, Charlotte, Memphis, Dallas, Golden State. All of those games are on the road for New Orleans.
Wow. That's crazy.
They end the season against Los Angeles.
Which
Lakers. One? The Lakers, sorry. They end the season against the Lakers.
Get out of the playing game.
They very well may be.
That's crazy. I didn't know they were on the road like that.
Man.
And while we're at it, I've broadened my scope a little bit. Got 2 games with Memphis. Memphis ain't that far away. Now, Memphis has a relatively easy schedule.
You're talking about getting to the 9th seed now.
Damien, if I'm look at the standings. If I'm looking at the Spurs, how can I not look at Memphis? And they got 2 games with Memphis.
Okay, hey, I'm go with it. I love how like you're just writing it off as if they're going to go on and win these games. Memphis has a lot of basketball left to play at Minnesota, at Detroit, at Toronto. They've got New Orleans, so there you go. They've got Dallas, the 2 versus Sacramento, and then they end in San Francisco. That's Memphis' schedule.
The Kings need to find a way. Okay, I'll get to Memphis in a second. But 2-6, 6-2. I'm gonna tell you right now, Damien. When I said 6-2,
yep,
I looked at tonight and I said that's a loss. So whatever happens tonight, I'm not really tripping. I guess if San Antonio won, that would throw a little bit of a monkey wrench in the plans. But I already have the Pacers game as a loss. The biggest game of the season will be Friday night. And I'm going to tell you right now, if they win on Friday night, ain't no more avoiding it anymore. We're talking
about it now. I ain't avoiding nothing. I'm just letting you do it.
Kind of doing, scenarios. I even look. Let me say this. Let me say this, Damien. Let me say this. I want to be perfectly clear when I say this.
Okay.
I don't think the Kings are making the play-in at all. I literally would not believe until I saw them in there after the last game of the season. I don't think it's happening. But let's have some fun. Let's get crazy.
Why not? I'm all down for it. But if you think that I'm getting on board for this nonsense that you and Marshall are talking about how exciting everything will be. Oh, can you imagine this? Oh, can you imagine that? No. What I'm going to have fun doing is talking about a basketball team that is winning games right now without its best player, its second best player, and arguably its third best player. I'm going to talk about this team potentially finishing the season strong. And by the way, can I pose this question to you? Sure. In fact, can I pose this question to everybody? Mm-hmm. Is anybody surprised this is happening?
Absolutely not.
Exactly.
Absolutely not.
And if you are, you shouldn't be. You shouldn't be surprised that this is happening. There's no reason to be surprised by this happening. You know why? Because we've seen it. We've seen this team win games in a row. We've seen them win 3 in a row. We've seen them win 7 of 9. We've seen this repeatedly. The good news is there is no way, there is zero chance that the Sacramento Kings can lose 9 games in a row after this losing streak. It is impossible. Impossible. They can't do it.
I love how you said him, because you're right. Mm-hmm. But typically it was impossible. Impossible.
Ain't happening.
I know. Good job.
Thank you. I'm glad you caught that. I'm glad somebody caught it.
Once again, here's Ramsey. Kenny, focus on Indiana in Indianapolis tonight at 5 tonight, please.
Hey, Ramsey, we got a 4-hour talk show to do. Why don't you focus on chatting and we'll focus on talking big game scenarios here? Because I'm not going to spend the next 3 hours talking about the Indiana Pacers. Ain't going to do it. We'll spend the 3 o'clock hour talking about the Indiana Pacers, because it turns out the Pacers may realize they made a mistake. And I've been waiting for Kenny to jump all over this and say, oh, if the Pacers made a mistake about firing a coach and hiring a coach, man, maybe y'all should think twice about your feelings about Luke Walton.
Oh, we're going to talk about that.
Oh, okay, good. Can't wait.
We're going to talk about that. But Ramsey, I don't need to focus on anything that happens tonight. You know why? Because I already said that's one of the 2 losses.
You see what he's doing? Y'all see this? Y'all see this behavior? See what he's doing? He's looking at the schedule. Win, loss. Win. And not only that, you're banking on the Spurs losing to the Jazz again tonight. Spurs have lost. What did I say? 4 in a row. Spurs have lost 4 in a row.
They're due.
You don't think they're looking at it like, hey,
we need it bad? Absolutely.
I don't know that they're necessarily looking at the Sacramento Kings going, oh, watch out for the Kings. They got to, the Pelicans are right behind us. Hell, they may even be thinking the Pelicans and the Kings are right behind us.
No, don't think the Kings. I don't want nobody. We gonna tailgate. Ain't that what it's called? You tailgate. We tailgating the Pelicans. We just gonna tailgate them. We just stay close to New Orleans. Just stay close to them. And then in the last week, boom, you jump them. But don't think about us, San Antonio. ESPN, NBA TV, put the top 11 teams in there. NBA, inside the NBA, put the top 11 teams on there. Don't put the Kings on there. Don't do that.
No, they'll put the Kings on there so Charles can say Sacramento, and then Shaq can tell you that he's an owner and he thinks they're going to get in.
I like the way these young guys are playing.
Can't name one young guy on the team. Can't name one of them.
I like the way De'Aaron Fox is playing right now. He's been doing a great job in this last week or so. De'Aaron Fox has really put this team on his back lately. De'Aaron Fox has done a great job.
Tyrese is really good. Yeah.
In the last 3 games, They've won 3 in a row. De'Aaron Fox has been on fire these last 3 games. He's doing a great job.
when is the last time you think Shaquille O'Neal has seen a Sacramento Kings game?
Oh my gosh. I don't think he's seen one this year. I can tell you that.
Willie Cauley-Stein was really big earlier this year for them.
De'Aaron Fox, Tyrese Haliburton leading this team down the stretch are doing a great job.
I'm telling you, Shaq couldn't name anyone outside Marvin Bagley. No, Buddy. He could name Buddy. There are 2 players.
When they get Marvin Bagley back, they're going to do
it. There are Shaq outside of Buddy and Marvin. I don't think Shaq could name 2 players who were on the floor in Kings uniforms last night.
Do you see? I don't know if you saw it or not.
He sure as hell wouldn't know who.
They did the highlight, but they gave it to this YouTube guy and let him call the highlight.
I believe it. They gave it to a YouTube guy.
Some YouTube guy. I think it's King of the Fourth Quarter. So I never heard about him.
Oh, man.
Yeah. I love the way they're playing out there. DeMarcus Cousins, big man. He plays like a big man. He does it every night for the Kings.
I'm glad I taught him how to be an NBA player, because that's what I told him I was going to do. You're listening to D-Lo and KC and Shaquille O'Neal here on ESPN 1320 KIFM West Sacramento, KRXQ HD2 Sacramento, and Odyssey Station, and driven by Lashers, Elk Grove Dodge. He's Kenny Caraway. I'm Damian Barling. We appreciate you for being with us here on Twitch, YouTube, on the Odyssey app, and of course on 1320 AM. If you want to be a part of the show, you can. 916-349-1320. And yes, Ramsey, we will talk much more about the Sacramento Kings, Indiana Pacers, but we'll do that later. We will get you ready for that game later, as that team is in a little bit of turmoil right now, and perhaps not a little bit. We'll also let you know what the Athletic said about some of the coaches who've got to finish the season strong. A couple of them, Kenny's already brought up on this show. As a matter of fact, 2 of them, Kenny has already brought up on this show. Yes, Luke Walton is in that conversation, but it's not as clear cut as some of us might think that it is. So we'll get into that coming up here in just a couple of minutes, Casey. But you had another question you wanted to ask away from the play-in scenario.
Yeah, man.
There was something else that you wanted to revisit from earlier in the season.
I know they're going to come down the lane on me on this one. I know they are.
That's
but
okay.
I'm ready for it. I'm standing here ready to take the charge.
You talk.
Right? I'm taking the charge. At the beginning of the season, and Damian, I want you to tell me if I'm right or wrong.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like I was one of the only people out here with the voice, even the voiceless, even anybody in the chatty house. I was the only one that's saying, I think the Kings have enough to make the playoffs this year.
Mm-hmm.
I do. I think the roster is they got enough players to make the playoffs. Our beloved Deuce and Mo thought I was crazy.
Mm-hmm.
They laughed at me. Mm-hmm. Deuce particularly laughed at me.
I mean, they laughed hard at you.
Hard.
Yep.
They said, I'm just eternally optimistic. I'm not.
But I also think like Bryant West laughed at you.
Yeah.
I think Tim Maxwell laughed at you. I pretty much think the whole Kings Herald staff had a staff meeting on Zoom that was titled let's laugh at Kenny.
Yeah.
I can't confirm that. I'll check in with the crew over there and see if that's true, but I believe it is.
I would even go so far as saying, as I heard, people saying that this is a bottom 5 team in the game. Definitely one of the worst teams in the Western Conference. And they're just all out terrible. Now, I don't remember if you were on board with my playoff thinking, but we were around the same. Like you would say, I think this team is better than most people think they are.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know if you said playoffs, but you're like around the same. I think actually you said I said maybe 34, 35 wins. I think you said about 31, 32. And that's probably where they're going to end up, right?
Yeah, I had them in the 32, 33 range. I had them like minus a little bit below you. You had them more in the vicinity of 500.
Mm-hmm. So that's where we're going to end up.
A little bit below 500. I guess 35 wins would be a little bit below 500.
So my question with all this, and you guys before you can come at me, let me get some more caveats out. But the question in all this is, if this team was so bad, why are you so upset for Luke Walton not getting this team to the playoffs and then being about what you thought they would be? Now, I understand that two things can be equally true. The roster can be bad and the coach can be bad. I understand that. But I'm a big believer, once again, that you need the talent. If you don't have the talent, you can be as good as you want to be. The Spurs are shrinking and struggling with a guy that everybody universally thinks is one of the great coaches of all time. And they don't have the horses. And I think one way or another, they're going to fall out of the play-in scenario. Does that mean Greg Popovich is bad? Does that mean that the players don't listen to him? I wouldn't say that. I would say he don't have the horses. So if everybody thought the Kings were so terrible, how is this Luke Walton's fault?
Well, again, you kind of laid it all out there. You kind of like asked the question and answered it yourself. So you don't really need any of us, because the two things can be true. The roster can be bad. The roster cannot be good enough. The roster can meet expectations. I said this at the beginning of the season. If they were giving Luke Walton a real opportunity to coach this team, not this year, but giving Luke Walton a real opportunity to coach this team for years moving forward, then great. That's what I want. If they were doing it just for this year because financially they couldn't eat 3 years of the contract, but eating 2 was more palatable, then that's trash. You should have just gotten rid of him and should have moved on. I have no idea what their line of thinking is. From everything that I've heard from Ramona Shelburne told us here on this show, De'Aaron Fox likes Luke Walton a lot. De'Aaron Fox reps Luke Walton. Good stuff. From everything Luke Walton says, everything Shams reported in that article in The Athletic, Luke Walton and Monty McNair, they got a great working relationship. What does that all mean? I don't know. It boils down to this. You can't put Greg Popovich and Luke Walton in the same situation or in the same category. You can't put the San Antonio Spurs and the Sacramento Kings into the same category, because Greg Popovich and R.C. Buford together have won championships together. Not one of the entities has changed. No new general manager has come in there that's looking down on Greg Popovich, going, "Oh, we've got a way to figure this out. We've got to look at this. We've got to see how this works." Not a thing. That's absolutely not a thing. Those two entities have worked together for all of these years, and they've established it. Plus, you're right, they don't have the horses, and they're still just 2 games under 500. They're just in the play-in scenario. That's not good enough for the San Antonio Spurs, but the San Antonio Spurs, we've talked about Washington. We've talked about Houston. I don't know where San Antonio's going. I don't know how that team is going to retool and get back to past glory, or get back to, being a top 6 team in the league, much less being a team that contends for the title. It boils down to this for me, and I will speak for no one else, and we'll get to Terrence here in just a minute. If you want to get on these phone lines, 916-349-1320. I don't think Luke Walton's a good coach.
And that's fair enough.
I just don't think he's a good coach. We talk about the way that Marvin Bagley played on Sunday against Dallas. Mm-hmm. It felt like he was significantly more involved, and I didn't feel like it was by Luke Walton's choice. I felt like, crap, we've lost this guy, we've lost that guy, we've lost that guy. Now, on top of all this, Mo Harkless is in foul trouble. We've got all these guys in foul trouble. Try to get Marvin going. Why did we make more of an effort to get Marvin going months ago? You've been screaming to get Marvin more minutes months ago. That's a coaching decision.
I don't think it was. I don't think he said, "Let's get Marvin involved." Same thing.
Who did, Buddy? If Buddy did, damn.
Right, Buddy, all these guys.
Then let those guys run the team, because it worked.
But these are the same people that didn't get him involved before. Like, they don't pass.
But is it?
De'Aaron's not there. So mayors that they don't give him the looks. And on top of that, there is times when I'm watching and he's on the block. He's on the block. Yo, got his guy still. Give me the rock. And they go the other way. I can easily make the argument that set is set for him to get the ball right there, and they go the other way. So I can make the argument that Luke is trying to get him the rock. They don't feed him.
Okay. 916-349-1320. Let's go to Terrence here. Terrence, what's good now?
What's good, big dog?
Oh, man, just chilling out, man. I ain't talked to you in a while. Been a minute. I called in before, but I ain't talked to you in a minute. Anyway, a little bit on the team. I mean, I'm just sitting here listening. I mean, I can agree with you, though. D-Lo, on as far as Luke Walton is not a good coach. He's not a good coach. Can you guys hear me?
Oh, yeah, we got you, baby. Go ahead. You good.
Okay, for sure. Luke Walton is not a good coach. And it's everything to do with his substitution rotation, when he needs to call a timeout. It's a bunch of things that you can nitpick with Luke. Luke's just not a good coach. Okay. And as far as like the coaching team, I don't know if it's the financial part of it or if it's just we're trying to run with Luke long term, but I think that's a bad decision, and I think we really should see. I seen something this morning. I don't know how true it is, but as far as Mike Bulldozer over there with Milwaukee and Terry Stotts in Portland.
Mm-hmm.
Both of those guys are on the hot. I mean, apparently both of those guys are on the hot seat. And I guarantee you, if any one of those guys leaves or gets fired, we need to jump on those for sure. Bulldozer or Terry Stotts, I like those two guys. And I think they mesh well with our with the players we got. And we just got to figure out what we want to do with Marvin. Keep the pieces we got. Like, right, I know I'm jumping around. I'm sorry.
You're all right.
Yeah, but just...
Have you ever heard our show? We're all over the place, Terrence. You're good, baby. You're fitting right in, baby.
Right. So all of our pieces that we brought in, I'm talking about from Wright, Davis. What's the big man we got?
Damon Jones.
Damon Jones. Yeah, listen, all those pieces, I applaud Money. I love Money for that. Those are valuable pieces. Now we just got to figure out, do we really want Marvin or do we want to just ship him out? That's the problem. Do we want? It's right now. The two questions, the main question, is not about the team, the culture. That's going to come, but the two main things is Marvin Bagley and Luke Walton. That's a question that Money has to answer. Luke Walton and Marvin Bagley.
Okay. All right. Good stuff, Terrence. We appreciate you, man. Yeah, I thought Terrence was calling us from the old Arco Arena for a minute. I thought he was in the Arco all by himself. It just sounded like his phone was in section 200 and he was down in section 100 trying to talk to us. But
look, I'll just say this. I'm not gonna. We have fun with it. We have the bid or whatever. I'm never going to die on the Luke Walton should be here hill. I swear to God, I really don't care either way. Like, because there's been things that have gone on that are a testament to him losing his job. Like, I get it. But I also look at the whole scenario where I bring up Frank Vogel all the time. Frank Vogel's been fired twice. He didn't win an NBA championship. Did he become a good coach all of a sudden? No. He got the horses.
Or he was a coach that fit the needs of the Los Angeles Lakers. Let's talk more about this because you said you're not going to die on the Luke Walton hill, but I'm going to ask you this question right now, and I want you to answer it for me in a minute. You're saying you don't care whether he's back or not. I'm going to ask you this. Should he be back? Should Luke Walton be back? Kenny's going to answer that, and we want you to answer it as well on twitch.tv/ESPN1320, youtube.com/ESPN1320, or you can get us on the phone lines here, 916-349-1320. Dealing with KC, roll along here on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320.
Oh, welcome back. Doom, 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 doom. Doom, 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 doom.
I feel like sometimes we just say stuff. Like I'm curious on Marcus's.
I don't know either.
I'm just curious what, like, I guess that's what Vogel was, right? Vogel from Orlando to LA. He was coaching a veteran team as opposed to a young team. Maybe there's some merit to that.
So what that tells me is when he don't have to do nothing, he's a good coach.
It's a big fact. Big facts, Ramsey. He's not a good. Well, are coaching and teaching the same thing? Like a head coach, because
they go hand in hand.
You have Bobby for a reason, right? Like you have Lindsey for a reason. You have Rico for a reason. You have those skill development coaches for a reason. That is how much development falls on the head coach. And that's not just true for Luke. Like that's true for Pop. It's true for Spoelstra. Like how much of those guys really contribute to? And this isn't one of those things I'm asking a question I know the answer to. Like I'm asking, like, how much do head coaches contribute to the development of their players?
I think it's less than.
Or does it vary?
I think it's less than people give it credit for. Like I really, And once again, a lot of that has to do with the young player. That's always my argument with that. Like De'Aaron Fox, Lonzo, Brandon Ingram, Julius Randle. It don't matter if a chair is coaching them. They should be better at 25 than they were at 19. You know what I'm saying? Can a coach help out with that? Sure. But if they never got any coaching, they should be better at 25 than they were at 19. So for people to say, well, they don't develop under Luke, or on the flip side, like me saying, well, De'Aaron Fox has developed great under Luke Walton. No, he's just gotten older and gotten better. Yeah, Luke Walton don't have much, if anything, to do with that, in my opinion. So the development really comes from mostly, because I don't want to don't get me wrong, I don't want to dismiss coaching and teachers completely. There are guys who don't get it, and then they get with the right person and they're like, man, I learned so much from him. I get it. But I think that's not as big as people try to make it out to be, personally.
Okay.
But I do also agree that in these situations, whether it's right or wrong, what I always say, Damon, the head coach's name is on the test. So if he's doing all right and his other guys aren't doing good enough or aren't doing their job, it almost doesn't matter, because it's your job. It's your name that's on the test. So Luke could be doing a quote unquote great job, but if his team is lacking in areas, that's going to result in him being fired.
Yeah. Murph, I don't think so.
It's a good question.
Go ahead.
No, back. I just want to. Can you bring that back up?
I got you. I'll read it. I said I remember Luke's first season. This is from Bobby Hill on YouTube. I remember Luke's first season as coach. He thought it was smart to play at a slow pace.
Okay, and I'm assuming that is like that as a knock on Luke Walton from Bobby Hill, who said that. Luke sped it up this year. How has that worked out? They have the worst defense in the history of the NBA.
Well, you could argue it, but they're on pace to be exactly the same as they were last year.
Not the worst. This defense is, what was it? A crater?
No, it was a sinkhole, Kenny. What happens is if you run anything more complicated than a straight line, a sinkhole opens up and swallows all 5 Sacramento Kings that are on the floor, according to Zach.
So I'll tell you this, Bobby, and everybody else. I don't know Luke's strategy or thought process with this, if that was really the case. And to be honest with you, to be fair to that whole thing, everybody involved said Luke is not telling us to run a slower pace. That was one of the enigmas in the history of all. Like, I remember me and Jason and the other podcast we had before the Vibes, we talk about that. We talk to players. They'd be like, nope.
Wow, y'all just canceling podcasts left and right, aren't you?
That one wasn't our choice.
That's all right. Look what it led to, baby. That's all right. Look what it led to.
All right. But if I'm coaching and I know I don't have the horses to keep up with with other teams defensively, I'm trying to shorten the game. If I don't have the talent, and I've done this, like I said, NBA and high school basketball is completely different. I'm just going off my experiences coaching at the levels that I did. But if I didn't have the horses, we're going to grind this thing out. We're going to grind it out. I'm not going to get in a shootout with you. I'm not, because I don't have the horses. I don't have the artillery to win a shootout. And they sped it up this year, and they have the worst defense in the history of the game. And I don't know, but I can make the argument that's the reason why you slow down the pace, because you know I ain't got the guns. I'm not ready for that gunfight. So, like I said, that's looked at as a knock on Luke. I could say that's him understanding the personnel.
So that's another one of Monty's difficult decisions ahead here. As I look at a message from Gillette here on YouTube, it says we have seen offensive players improve. We have not seen the improvement on the defensive side. Monty has to figure out if that is a coach issue or a player issue. It's probably, of course, coming from someone who has never played anything remotely close to an NBA level. Probably easier to improve on the offensive side than it is the defensive side. And then we hear so often, Tyrese Haliburton has used this line this year. Harrison Barnes has used it. It's obviously a line that's being used in practice. De'Aaron Fox the same way, playing on a string. If you don't have 5 guys playing on a string, sometimes your individual defense can look bad. I know being in the conversation for an all-defensive team was important to Rashawn Holmes. Ain't no member of the Sacramento Kings going to get a nod for an all-defensive team, no matter how good you're playing on defense individually, because as a team, you're a disaster. And historically bad disaster, or maybe we're being a tad bit facetious there when we say historically bad. So let me ask you this question. Actually, I already asked it to you. I'll throw it back here for people that are just tuning us. You said you're not going to die on the Luke Walton Hill one way or another. You said leave him in Detroit. I think you said leave him in Los Angeles. You said leave him in various places across the United States of America. So I'm going to ask you, as we are about a week and a half away from the season, if Luke Walton is going to be let go, it's probably going to be in a week and a half. Mm-hmm. Should Luke Walton be back as the head coach of the Sacramento Kings?
Should he? I don't want to get out of it. I want to answer the question thoroughly.
So as you think about it, here's what I'll say, because silence isn't the best thing for radio. People can see our facial expressions on YouTube or Twitch, but it just falls silent on the radio. It gets weird. So I'll say this. I don't think that Luke Walton should be back as the head coach. Mm-hmm. I think bringing him back would be a mistake. Mm-hmm. But if he is, and regardless of who the head coach is, whether it's Luke or it's somebody else, I'm going to support the head coach, even if it's Luke Walton, because I desperately want this team to do well. Mm-hmm. I'm just not convinced the guy who can lead this team to an above 500 record. I'm not convinced that the guy to lead this team to a 500 record. I'm not convinced that the guy who can lead this team to a season that doesn't involve the ridiculous roller coasters that this team has had is Luke Walton. I think that it's somebody else. I can create a list if you want to. I can create a power rankings if you want to. We've talked about Vanderpool here. Terry Stotts. We'll get to this Athletic article here in just a minute because it's something that you've brought up before. Terrence believes it's Mike Bulldozer. It's actually Mike Budenholzer, who is the head coach of the Milwaukee Bucks. We'll get to that and some of those conversations here. But hey, we all mess up names. It's good. We used to have theme music before we were threatened with before we were threatened with a $10,000 fine. We used to have music for messing up names. Now we just have our man KP. That's who it is right there. Ain't nothing wrong with it. Nothing wrong with it. So now that I've stalled you out here for a few seconds, yes or no, Luke Walton should be the head coach of the Sacramento Kings next year?
Yeah, he should come back. Why? Because I think that you figure out if this can work. You can always change head coaches. Like, you can do that. Hell, you can change coaches in the middle of the season and make the playoffs. Atlanta Hawks. So if you're not sure, which I'm not sure if just getting rid of Luke is the problem. Bring him back. See and try and get an accurate representation at the beginning of the season. If it doesn't work, you move on from him.
But you had an entire season with Luke here.
Yeah, an entire season that you, by the admission of a lot of people, could care less about. Like, you didn't come into the season thinking, let's do what we can to win. Couldn't care less about.
I hate that. I'm so like agitated at that term gap year. Like that's so stupid.
I think Blackish came up with it, but
that's solid. Yeah.
But I mean, you came into the season essentially saying and telling everybody in the business in no uncertain terms, we can kind of care less what happens this year. So with that being said, go through an offseason, build that roster up, give him the start of the season, see what he can do. That would be my outlook on it. Once again, if they came out on March or May whatever
let me rephrase the question then, because I asked you, should Monty be back next year? Or if I asked you if Luke should be back next year. Let me rephrase the question. Do you think Luke Walton is a good head coach?
I don't know, man. I said that, and maybe that's more. And look, that might be more of a problem than anything. That I'm not sure about him, because there are things that he does do well. His relationships that he builds are they're good. They're good. I think he has an understanding of the game of basketball. He's been around. He's been mentored by different coaches. They're good. His X's and O's and all this other stuff. All you people sitting around, see, I can keep it a stack. All you people that talk around like his X and O's, his adjustments and stuff, you have no idea. You have no clue. I don't know. So for me to come up on here on these airwaves and on my Twitter and everything and be like, his game plan don't work. He literally told us, he said, I don't know if my game plan is good or not, but you guys are not executing enough for me to say that it's bad. And like when somebody tells me that and tells me I'm asking you to stay in front of him for 2 dribbles, there's a deeper problem. And maybe the problem is him. I can say that. But the man literally said, I may be having the wrong game plan. It may be bad, but you're not going hard enough for me to see if that's the case or not. That's an issue.
This is like his 5th year as the coach, as a head coach. I don't feel like I need to see anymore. That's kind of where that's why I said if I've trusted Monty's decisions so far. Free agency notwithstanding, trade deadline, draft, trusted those decisions. If the decision is his to keep Luke Walton, I got to trust it. I absolutely have to trust it. If the decision is not his, well, then we got a whole other host of problems. But if we write it out as if the decision is his to keep, he's talking about this music, but I'm not going. That's enough. That's safe right there. That's safe. There's no problem with that. Everybody knows what that sound is. Can't get me 10,000 for that one. Twitch don't know what it is. Now, if Monty believes he's the guy, I trusted Monty that Tyrese was the guy. I trusted Monty at the trade deadline. I'm going to trust Monty in free agency. I'm going to trust him with the coaching hire or the coaching retention. If he believes it's Luke, then hell, you just said it. These guys know more about, but these guys have forgotten more about basketball than I'll ever know. I won't agree with it, and I'll be very anxious. And for me, this is where either way, Monty has to start solidifying himself as the general manager of this team. Obviously, he is, but I'm talking about he's forming this team now to be his. We saw it at the draft. We saw it at the trade deadline. We're going to need to see it in a little bit more active of a free agency here. So as this approaches, as the end of the season approaches, if Luke Walton is retained as the Kings head coach, Monty is saying, this is my guy. Luke is my guy. If he doesn't, same exact thing. People will use the line, well, the clock starts on Monty McNair now. Monty has to get this thing working, or he's going to fall the way of every other general manager for the last, since Jeff Petrie left. He's going to be booted out the door when his contract is over, and if history shows anything, it's going to be before his contract over. So his proverbial clock is going to start the second that decision is made, no matter what the decision is.
So I also want to, and I agree with everything you're saying, and I understand it completely. And I'll ask this question, and I want everybody to be real. Take your emotions out of it. Take what you think out of it, because whatever I think about Frank Vogel, I say he's an NBA coach. He's an NBA champion. You know what I'm saying? What happened the 2 times Luke Walton had horses?
They didn't make the playoffs?
First time is with Golden State.
Okay.
Second time, he had LeBron. Then LeBron got hurt on Christmas Day. Before he got hurt, they were a top 4 team in the West. And then LeBron was out for like 25, 30 games. And he didn't have horses no more. And he lost. So if I really wanted to,
I got you. I just want to mention something real quick. Your 2 examples for Luke Walton. He was an assistant coach on the greatest regular season team in history.
He was the head coach at the time. He was the head coach.
He was an interim coach on the greatest regular season team of all time. And the other argument is he was the coach on the team with the greatest player of all time, arguably one of the greatest players of all time. Those are your Luke Walton arguments. I just want to be clear. That's it. Okay.
That's when he had 2 good teams. Everybody tell me if Frank Vogel's a good coach.
He's a champion. He was good. Let's not. Now wait a minute. Hold on. Let's not pretend he wasn't good in Indiana.
Yeah, because he had a guy that is an MVP candidate and was those 2 years.
Okay. And what was the marquee for the MVP candidate? What is his line? What has he been holding on to all of these years? One of the best two-way players in the league, right?
Yeah.
What is Frank Vogel's specialty? He's a defensive. Come on, man! Don't roll your eyes at me. He's a defensive coach.
So he got fired twice. He went to Orlando and did practically nothing.
You talking, bro? He wasn't even Lakers. I'm not repping for Frank Vogel. He wasn't even the Lakers' first choice. He was like the Lakers' third choice. Didn't Monty Williams, turn the Lakers down? Didn't Ty Lue say, no, man, like, you're not going to sign me to a 3-year deal. You're going to sign me to a 5-year deal or a 4-year deal like you do the rest of these coaches. They said, we'll move on to someone else. Oh, let's go get Frank Vogel.
Yeah.
I'm not repping for Frank Vogel here, but let's not pretend like Frank Vogel wasn't good in Indiana.
And he did a good job in Indiana. He had one of the best two-way players in the game, like you said. And all I'm saying is, given the horses, the time he's had the horses, he's performed really well as a coach. Now, my argument.
You're talking a span of maybe like 60 games?
Probably so, yeah.
Okay. Well, at least that was good. Okay.
Yeah. But once again, my argument isn't Luke or Frank Vogel is bad or good. My argument is if you have the players, everything's fine. And everybody told me.
So why do coaches get fired then? Then why do coaches get fired?
So, look, sometimes coaches aren't good. Luke could be a terrible coach. The message, the fit, all that other stuff, all that matters. But I promise you, I don't think there's a coach alive who will have the horses, will have some of the best players in the league at the time. Maybe Stan Van Gundy, but the best players in the league at the time and not make the playoffs. You give them the best players, they'll find a way to get into the postseason.
But for other teams, it's not. But for Sacramento's, for this version of Oklahoma City and Minnesota, New Orleans maybe as well. For now, it's about making the playoffs. Every other team, it's about it's about winning the championship.
Mm-hmm.
David Blatt was fired with the best record in the league because they were trying to win a championship. Luke Walton likely was fired because the Los Angeles Lakers are trying to win a championship, and they recognized they couldn't win a championship with Luke Walton.
Mm-hmm. Okay. But and it goes back to the original
Doc
discussion.
Rivers sure as hell wasn't fired because he can't coach.
It goes back to the original discussion. How are you going to hold this guy to that standard when all of you out there said this was a bottom 5 roster in the league?
Because they can both be true. I don't understand why they're mutually exclusive. You can't have a bad coach coaching a bad roster. That's impossible.
No,
it's just not possible.
Definitely possible.
Okay, you're witnessing it every night. You witnessed it last night with their 3rd win in a row against Oklahoma City. You witnessed it on Sunday when they beat Dallas. You witnessed it on Monday when they beat the NBA champions. You've witnessed it now for 60 some odd games. You've witnessed it now for 2 seasons. Okay. Hell, if you wanted to make an argument that Luke Walton has had to coach 2 of the most difficult seasons in NBA history, I'd listen. But that doesn't mean he's a good coach.
Okay.
If you want to make the argument that Luke Walton has had to coach 2 of the most difficult seasons in NBA history, he deserves an opportunity, I'd listen. But I would tell you, cool, I still don't believe he's a good coach.
And that's fair. That's fair. I have no problem with that. I've said that. I'm just
you think Luke Walton should be back here, but you can't tell me that he's a good coach. I'm floored by that.
Yeah.
I just appreciate your casual honesty there when you go, that's what I said.
That's what it is. Because, okay, you get Terry Stotts. What the guy asked you earlier, Terry Stotts had this roster. To get Terry Stotts, run and get Terry Stotts. And he asked you the question, if he had this roster, would they be a 7th and 8th seed? We both said probably not.
Mm-hmm.
Does that mean Terry Stotts ain't a good coach all of a sudden?
Absolutely not.
He ain't got the horses.
Absolutely not. But I believe
that's where my consistency lies, is you need the horses more than anything. So maybe that's why I could care less about Luke Walton being here or not. Because if you don't change the roster and these guys don't play better, you can bring back John Wooden. It ain't going to matter.
I don't think John Wooden could coach in today's game, to be honest.
You mean to tell me him telling them how to put their socks on wouldn't work?
I don't know.
We need to get better as a roster, or the roster needs to play better, because if we want to be honest.
I was just kidding, by the way. People are going to get hot about that. I was just playing.
If we want to be honest, I am probably the only one with the energy to say,
hey, why don't you pat yourself on the back a little bit more today?
He did not reach the standards that I have set for this team.
Terry Stotts right now is 36-29 with the Portland Trail Blazers. The Athletic reported today. This is what Terrence was referring to earlier on the phone lines. By the way, if you want to get in on the phones, 916-349-1320. Terry Stotts, there was kind of a, Shams and Sam Amick wrote an article about, shout out to Sam Amick. We know he's a listener. We appreciate you, buddy. They wrote an article about how, there are some coaches that kind of got to finish strong here. Mm-hmm. And there are, Nate Bjorkgren, we'll talk about him, later on. He's the Indiana Pacers head coach.
His name, Bjorkgren?
Bjorkgren.
Bjorkgren.
Yeah.
I was calling him something else.
I actually think it's Bjorkgren, but I'm going to stick to it. It's one of those two, and I'll probably go back and forth the remainder of the day on Bjorkgren and Bjorkgren, either of those two.
Big Nate.
Luke Walton is obviously on this list, but they also note that this situation is hard to gauge because of the financial factor and the locker room component. To Walton's credit, he has maintained strong relationships with the players who matter most, such as De'Aaron Fox. He has also maintained a strong working relationship with first-year Kings general manager Monty McNair. They go on to discuss the money element as well. The Kings not only owe him a combined $11.5 million after this season, but also, according to sources with knowledge of the deal, are unable to stretch those payments out over several years if they fired him. So there's a couple of notes here, and they go on to dig deeper, and I try to be respectful of the Athletic because it is a pay subscription, so I don't want to just sit here and read the whole blurb on the Sacramento Kings. But they go on to talk about the amount of money that the Kings have lost in the pandemic and how that might factor in, and they also bring up the roster. Mm-hmm. They bring up the gap year. They bring up not re-signing Bogdan Bogdanovic and some of those different things. So that's there. And they mentioned some other names that we have mentioned on this show many times, including Scotty Brooks, who I think has got the Washington Wizards playing well. I don't know if the Wizards can do anything to save Scotty Brooks' job. Again, I don't know what the future of that organization is. You've brought this name up before. Mike Budenholzer. Do the Milwaukee Bucks need to make a deep run into the playoffs for Coach Bud to keep his job? Mm-hmm. That's a conversation here in the Athletic. The report went as far as to get a push notification from, I think it was the Athletic, that said Terry Stotts is probably going to be fired when the season is over. Mm. Barring a very, very deep run. And I believe that the term that they used, here it is right here. If Stotts can't pull a rabbit out of his hat, and that's in quotes, so that line was given to him. Mm-hmm. If Stotts can't pull a rabbit out of his hat with a playoff miracle of sorts, as one source puts it, the Blazers are expected to opt for a new coaching voice, and the Dame Lillard timeline, it seems, is playing a big part here. So they go on to discuss the financial situations there. Hell, they even go to talk about coaching candidates with Portland. Jason Kidd's name is brought up for whatever reason. Nate McMillan, who, remember, is not the Atlanta Hawks head coach. He is the Atlanta Hawks interim coach. Mm-hmm. Dave Yeager, his name is mentioned here. Chauncey Billups' name is mentioned as well, and the vice president of basketball operations for the San Antonio Spurs, the guys who I've always heard has wanted to get into the coaching game. Brent Barry's name is mentioned also.
You mentioned Jason Kidd, and I think we've talked about this before.
Jason Kidd is probably going to do an interview tonight saying, I love the Portland job, because he's never met a job that he doesn't like, even if it's occupied.
Jason, he does some.
He's not the most tactful individual out there.
Jason Kidd did pretty good in Milwaukee, though.
Yet he was let go.
Yeah, I don't know necessarily why he was let go. That was always a shady little situation.
You praise Luke Walton for his relationships in Sacramento. I think Jason had struggled with relationships in Milwaukee. Not necessarily with the players, perhaps. Maybe just with everybody else. I don't think Jason... Well, yes, as a matter of fact. What's your favorite coach to mention? Outside of all of the other things we know about Mark Jackson, he struggled establishing relationships with people outside of players. Jason Kidd, I think, was the same thing in Milwaukee.
I got you. Yeah, man. I think it all boils down to, and the reason why we always go back and forth, everybody, me and everybody, is like, you can think Luke Walton is bad and think the roster is bad. I get that. But I think one is way more important than the other. Way more important than the other.
So you think the roster is more important than the coach?
Yes. Not that the coach is not important, but I think the roster is way more important than the coach.
Way more.
Way more. Because then you got nuances and everything too. Because like when you talk about Luke Walton, it's not like he just goes on his own volition all the time. Like, he's got two super respected basketball men in his ear at all times and suggesting things to him. Alvin Gentry is there saying, hey, this is probably what you should do. Do this, call this timeout, run this set. Like, it's not like Luke is like, hey, you guys just sit here and during the timeout, I'm gonna go off by myself and draw on the board. Like, no, like I always say, his name's on the test. So if it's not working, he's responsible for it. But a lot of, like, if you're in a certain way, if you're telling me Luke Walton sucks, you're telling me Alvin Gentry sucks, you're telling me Rex Kalamian sucks, and they're terrible at what they do. And I don't subscribe to that. It is a lot more nuance than just Luke Walton doesn't know what he's doing, because he's not making every decision on his own mind. Like, he's getting suggestions and people are strategizing with him all the time, on the court, off the court. That's their job. He has the final say. He'll say, yeah, we'll go with this, or I think this works, or not. But it's way more nuanced than just Luke don't know what he's doing.
Well, this conversation is going nowhere. Neither is the MVP conversation. Our statistician, Will Z, put a chart together for us, and, well, people are right. It seems obvious, just not the name people have been saying. This next here is D'Lo and KC continue on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320. Nice.
Let's go. Good job, Jesse.
Nice. Jesse just got in our ear and said, Bobby Marks may be with us tomorrow. It's a good one.
They say time heals.
I don't know what's happening here. Elijah's going off on somebody. I don't know who it is. Oh, Joe. Yeah, well. Yeah. Yeah.
Is this on Twitter?
Yeah. It's you're tagged in it. Yeah, you're in it. Yeah. I don't even know what Marshall's talking about right there. That first line confuses me.
Come on, man.
I'm surprised they're winning without their arguably three best players. Yeah. I don't know what he means. I can't read the tone in that.
Hey, man. Josh should feel like that. I can disagree, but he definitely should.
Oh, absolutely he should. 100%. 100%.
And Elijah should be able to say what he said. I can disagree. I like John Morant, man. I really do. I like him.
Mm-hmm.
I think he's a really good ball player. He's fun to watch. I like Ja.
Are you looking at Murph's message? You don't need to be done with sack radio. You just need to be done with that radio. That's all. What you doing over there anyways, Murph? What you doing over there?
Oh, boy, Murph. Wow.
I knew as soon as I pulled this out, I was like, yeah, I'm gonna there. So the draft day, I pulled a shirt out and I was like, nope, too much heat. Too much heat from the chat. I ain't wearing this one. Too much heat.
Y'all tripping too. It's hot as hell.
Too much heat.
It's hot as hell. Might see me in a tank top.
Hell,
man.
this is too hot. This is
cotton.
one of those. It's like a
little thick cotton.
yeah. This is too hot. It's one of the rocks joints, man. It's too much. Y'all got me. I ain't flexing. What you mean? I ain't flexing. What you mean? What you mean? I ain't doing nothing.
Doing the pecs thing that Hope did that I tried to do as a little boy.
No, I could do it. I don't think I could do it sitting. Yeah. I can't. I'm trying. I can't do it.
Yeah, a little 7-year-old kid trying to do that. And I would just
let me tell you something, brother. You just move like a penguin dance that Kornheiser used to do.
The penguin dance. me and Roddy actually I think Roddy actually feels like no, he definitely should be the coach. I'm kind of like I said, I can go either way. Like it doesn't bother me that much. I think Roddy really feels like no, he should be the coach. But Roddy supports me. I appreciate you, Roddy. But Roddy also has some don't he have Arizona connections in that part of the reason?
Roddy?
Yeah, I thought somebody said he's an Arizona guy. Either
Roddy, is that true? Are you an Arizona guy?
Either a fan or an alumni or something like that.
So maybe I'm the one who's wrong. When and I could care less who is coaching. Isn't it? I couldn't care less.
I could.
Like Jill is saying win, and I could possibly care less who is coaching, as opposed to win, and I couldn't care less who is coaching, meaning I am caring at the very bottom of the caring spectrum.
I could care less. Yeah, I mean, technically, you're right. But I think nobody says it that way.
I think everybody says it wrong, except for me.
I agree. Damien, you're 100% right. And away from me, I'm saying could care less.
The saying is I couldn't care less, but my partner is a serial abuser of the term I could care less. And now Jill is doing it and the chat is doing it. Y'all are doing it so much. I'm convinced, wait a minute, I've got it wrong. Is it I could care less, meaning I could care less than I do now, versus I couldn't care less, which is saying I couldn't possibly care less than I do right now.
I think you're 100% correct, Damien. And as society, we ain't changing.
So y'all are just going to walk around being wrong. That explains why you want Luke Walton back as the head coach, because y'all are willing to walk around and be wrong. All right. And you put it. See, it's not as funny when you put a typo in there on the chat. Securing the Bagley. 916-349-1320 if you want to get in here on this conversation. We've been talking about the Kings. You know what's more ridiculous than the chat going on right now on YouTube and Twitch? Is the chat going on in our private text messages right here with Marshall Harris, who is always the third member of the show, who's listening daily, and we love him for it. He says is okay. So let's lay out your scenario. We're spilling all the tea here.
Yeah.
Spurs lose tonight. This is I hate, and I just want everybody to be clear. I hate myself for this. Spurs lose tonight.
Uh-huh.
Kings beat the Pacers, 4 wins in a row.
Yes. Well, that's
Season
crazy.
long 4 wins in a row, I think.
Season long.
Isn't it? Did they win 5 in a row this year, or did they just win?
Something that last time, I think.
Did they?
Yeah.
Okay.
Maybe.
That's fine. I can't remember. It's been that kind of year. Okay. So fine. Whatever. Kings win. Spurs lose. Who do they play Friday?
The Spurs.
At the Golden One Center. Marshall Harris says, biggest game at Golden One Center since, ? Follows that up with biggest game in the history of the Golden One Center this Friday against the Spurs, should that scenario we just laid out actually happen.
I'm going to tell you like this, Damian. And remember, I'm the guy who thinks that the Kings are going to lose tonight. And I don't think they're going to make the playoffs, but we got action. Action. I think they're going to lose tonight. If they win tonight and the Spurs lose tonight, this Friday will be everything that last game at the G1C last year was supposed to be.
The Pelicans game.
Yes.
That didn't happen. Okay.
Friday will be everything that game was supposed to be. And remember, people were saying biggest game in Golden One Center history.
Yeah.
Biggest game in I don't know how long. They will be everything that was supposed to be. That is a huge. And even if they lose tonight, the Kings, if they win on Friday, oh no, we got real action. We do.
It is called, it's a Friday night game. All right.
We got real. If they win on Friday, all I really want,
Black Bottle Boys.
Sure. And the new shit will be in by then.
Yeah. The re-up will be up. McQueen and the
Bottle Boys. Mm-hmm. But if they, I shouldn't say all I want because I want them to make the playoffs. But what I would really want is I want next Thursday and Friday's game to matter in a real way.
Okay.
If they can get to that, I'm not going to say the season was success or nothing like that, but if they can get to that, if we're on the air Thursday afternoon,
we will be on the air.
Definitely. But if we're talking,
just nothing to be worried about. We will be on the air.
If we're talking about next Thursday afternoon, this Memphis game, biggest game in 15 years, I'll be like, you know what? All right. Okay. I've been entertained in a season that's been a disappointment, a season that's been, we said a lot of times, one of the top 5 disappointing and frustrating seasons in the history of the franchise's existence here in Sacramento. If we are on here Thursday talking about biggest game in 15 years tonight, where are you going to be? Matter of fact, I'm not going to make no promises, but I'll put it to you like this. I'm going to try everything I can to make sure that you're seeing me more than just 12-4, if that's what's going on Thursday night.
Oh,
we may all watch that game together.
Oh, I see what's happening here.
We may all watch that game together.
Okay. You heard it here first. So did I. It's the news to me. So there you have it. Best way to get what you need is to breaking news on ESPN 1320 is powered by Odyssey and presented by BetQL. Become a better sports bettor. Get smarter to beat the books. Download the BetQ app or visit betql.com today. That was breaking news for all of us.
What? Kings have to take care of business.
Well, they've got to take care of business, and they've got the Pacers, who, by the way, the Pacers, they've got some problem. They're better than the Kings right now.
Yeah.
30-34. This isn't a team that's just going to walk over. Now, there's some turmoil around that team that we'll dive into in about an hour or so here as we head into we'll treat that final hour of the show as kind of a pregame show as the game is set to start at 5. So we'll get you all ready. We'll give you the BetQL numbers. Bro, BetQL went against all of the other sports books yesterday. They were 5.5. BetQL went 3.5. Anybody remember the score last night?
4.
They won by 4. I don't gamble for a reason, folks. And that is it right there. So we'll have some more fun with that as we roll along. A couple of other things. Our man Will Z put together, our statistician, put together a chart that we posted over at ESPN 1320 on Twitter. that just had kind of a breakdown of numbers from the top MVP candidates. And obviously Jokic is in there, Giannis is in there, Steph, LeBron, Julius Randle is in there, James Harden, Joel is up there, Chris Paul even, and he put there's a lot of stuff, the stuff that you would expect, points, rebounds, assists, but he also included like where they rank in terms of their points. Like Steph Curry, 31.4, he ranks at number 1. He did the same thing with assists, rebounds. He put the percentage of games that the team has played, that the particular player has played. He's thrown in the team record, how the team has played without him, and all these different things. And, I looked at it. I posted it on ESPN 1320 with just the question, hey, who's your in NBA MVP? No, nothing else. But I looked at it myself and go, man, I think people have been right all along. The MVP is rather obvious. It's just not the guy you keep telling me it is. Who is it, Kenny?
Giannis Antetokounmpo.
You look at Giannis's numbers, you look at Giannis's numbers literally right next to Nikola Jokic's. Mm-hmm. More points, more rebounds. Mm-hmm. Jokic has got him in assists. He's just barely got him in steals. Now, the one argument people will make is Jokic has played 100% of the Denver Nuggets games. Giannis has only played 84%, which that's actually, I don't even think that's a bad number. But I guess in this conversation, if you're looking for the proverbial boxes that my partner is talking about that you've got to check, if games played is one of those boxes, Nikola Jokic has played all of them. Giannis Antetokounmpo has not. And it's just like I look at all of these numbers and I looked at it laid out, and man, Nikola Jokic has had just a phenomenal season.
He's had an MVP season. He's had an MVP caliber season.
100%. And he's going to win the MVP. Mm-hmm. But it's absolutely ridiculous that we removed Giannis Antetokounmpo, not we, as in you and I, but people who control these stories have removed Giannis Antetokounmpo from the MVP conversation because he didn't win the NBA Finals last year, or because he didn't get to the NBA Finals last year, or because you don't think his postseason success has been good enough. If this is an individual regular season award, dude, Giannis is playing extraordinary.
Absolutely.
And if James Harden had played a whole season, he'd be up there. Mm-hmm. What Steph is doing is incredible. Hell, one of the most jarring numbers from Steph Curry on this one is that the Warriors are 1-7 in the 8 games that he hasn't played.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So you look at these things and it's like, man, it goes back to the same question we ask all of the time. What does MVP? What does it even mean? What does valuable mean? What does an MVP even mean?
Right.
Because there's an argument for all of those guys we just named. We didn't even mention Chris Paul's name. His statistics are in there as well. But you talk about value, Chris Paul's value to the Phoenix Suns, man, it's damn near immeasurable.
Because I commented, quote tweeted or whatever, and I said, kind of looks like it's Giannis, to be honest, when answering that question and looking through all that. And there's a couple things that stuck out to me. Number one, that I don't understand. Number one, the level of, I don't want to say going out of their way. I don't want to be too extreme, but like people really don't think Giannis deserves to be an MVP. And I don't understand that. Like, I don't understand it. I look at it on the flip side. I think it's Giannis. I think he should be the MVP after going through all this. But if Joker won the MVP, it's all good. He is having an MVP season. He deserves it. You won't hear me try to denigrate his numbers, what he's done for that Nuggets team, not diminish it, nothing. He's had an MVP season. If he won it, he deserves it. But it ain't like that the other way around. If you think Jokic should win and somebody says Giannis, you would think I curse people out.
Mm-hmm.
You would think that Giannis is this scrub who has no business being in the conversation. And I don't understand that. I don't know why people are working so hard to diminish what Giannis has been able to do this year and what he's been able to do in the MVP category. The other thing, the one stat, and maybe you saw this, Damian, the one stat in here that Willsey did, and once again, I agree with you, he did a phenomenal job. that really stuck out to me is he has the total rank, and I think I read this correctly. So the total rank is like all the categories that he put together and where you rank, you add it together, and it's like golf. You want the lowest score. And Giannis has the lowest score. All his total ranks of where he ranks in the league for points, rebounds, assists, steals, and blocks is 114. That's his number. Jokic is 177. So that tells me right there that Giannis is ranked higher in more categories across the board. That matters to me. That one stuck out to me. Like, man, this guy is one of the top players in all those top categories, way more than anybody else in the game.
Yeah, the blocks category is a big reason why Giannis is 20th. Nikola Jokic is 109th. That's a big difference. Of course, Jokic ranks higher in assist. Jokic actually ranks higher in rebounds. No, he's lower in rebounds by just one. And Giannis is higher in points. He's ranked higher in points. He's and Nikola Jokic is outside the top 10. He's 12th.
Once again, man, Jokic is deserving. But I look at everything that's going down, and if like literally,
it's weird. Like we try to pick the MVP, and again, I'm just throwing the term around. We try to pick the MVP before the season starts. It's almost like a college football playoff ranking, which you desperately hate.
Yes.
Right. If you start too far behind, you can't make it up. That's why Chris Paul gets no love. Chris Paul replicates this season next year. He's going to be in the MVP conversation. Why? Because he's going to be ranked higher before the season starts.
Yep.
He's going to be a better story for the people who control these stories. But it's ridiculous that Giannis has to win an NBA championship. So what if Giannis wins an NBA championship this year? They beat your Brooklyn Nets again last night. By the way, before you dive into that, you're listening to D'Lo and KC on ESPN 1320, KIFM West Sacramento, KRXQ HD2 Sacramento, an Odyssey station and driven by Lashers, Elk Grove Dodge. He's Kenny Caraway. I'm Damian Barling. We're live on Twitch.tv/ESPN 1320. We hope that you come watch us there. Download the Twitch app, or you can download the YouTube app, or you can watch us there on your home screen. YouTube.com/ESPN 1320. Subscribe to that channel. Hit the thumbs up as the screen is telling you to do while you're watching, and we'll be with you here for the next 2 hours. Thumbs up on Tyrese Haliburton's MRI. No ligament damage, as Adrian Wojnarowski told us at the end of yesterday's game, because why not? Woj broke the news as the Sacramento Kings won their third straight game, this time beating the Oklahoma City Thunder 103-99, second night of a back-to-back. One thing we did learn yesterday in Luke Walton's press conference in his pregame media availability is that De'Aaron is not on this road trip. He will not play tonight versus the Indiana Pacers, but as been discussed today, should the Sacramento Kings beat the Indiana Pacers, perhaps the biggest game in the history of the Golden One Center, will be coming up on Friday against the San Antonio Spurs. We'll dive more into your Kings coming up here in just a couple of minutes. But as I was saying there before I got to our business, the Bucks beat your Brooklyn Nets again yesterday. And there was big performances from, was it KD and Kyrie? They had 30 plus for each of those, but Bucks just roll along. Much like Giannis isn't getting enough love for his MVP season, I think the Bucks have entered that dangerous territory where it's like, yeah, cool, let's see what you do in the playoffs. And because this should be pretty noteworthy, the fact that they beat the Brooklyn Nets twice in the span of 3 days.
And look, to be honest with you, I understand it. I understand it because they're in a position right now where nothing matters other than what you do in the playoffs. That's where they're at. You know what I'm saying? And I get it. I get if people want to move past that. I was listening to something where they talked about against teams either at the top of the conference or above 500 or whatever. The Bucks are like 500, right? And the Nets are like 70 in the 700 somewhere. Like they've done really well against teams against 500. So the Bucks probably needed these two games a little more than Brooklyn did to solidify themselves. Brooklyn is like, okay, this is just, it's another game. This is what we do. We'll be ready when the lights are on again. But I thought it was.
I mean, Brooklyn's still in the conversation for the top seed in the conference, though.
Yeah.
Is that really not? Does it not matter?
If I was Brooklyn,
could they care less about the top seed in the Eastern Conference?
I think they look at it where if they got all three of their guys and nobody's beating them, whether they play in Milwaukee, Philly, Brooklyn, or on Mars, it don't matter. Okay. We got our three guys, we're good. I think they feel like they got to get healthy. You know what I'm saying? And I even feel like, say, in worst case scenario, Harden didn't come back. I feel like Kyrie and KD feel like they're enough.
I felt like this Brooklyn Nets team was more than capable of going to the NBA Finals before they made that James Harden trade.
Mm-hmm.
That was the Nets' third straight loss. That's matching their longest losing streak of the season. They're still just a game and a half behind the Philadelphia 76ers for the top spot in the conference, whether that matters to them or not.
Real quick about that. Mm-hmm. So, really fun game last night. I loved how KD and BJ Tucker were going at each other. Those were former teammates, and they was like, we talking right now. I loved it. But I mentioned the game on Sunday, and people were talking about Drew Holiday, and he's a great defender, great perimeter defender. They're like, yeah, man, Drew Holiday, he played Kyrie. He held Kyrie to 20 points, and he just had Kyrie taking bad shots and a little frustrated and locked him up. And Kyrie said, oh, word? Yeah, 38 last night from Kyrie. Kyrie said, ain't nobody guarding me out here. 38 on 14 to 25 from the field. Ain't nobody guarding me. I'm Damian. I'm so ready for the NBA playoffs. We got some good stuff coming. I think we got some real good stuff coming. Woo.
Completely agree. Can't wait. Kevin Durant and Kyrie Irving combined for 70 points. That's their second most as teammates. Brooklyn's 0-2 when they combine for 70 plus. I don't know what it means. Just passing it along. Chris Middleton had 13 points in the fourth quarter. That's one of the big reasons that in that 18-0 run that Milwaukee went on, one of the big reasons that the Bucks were able to get the job done. Another note here, not necessarily pertaining to the game, but pertaining to Kevin Durant. You and I have been talking about him quite a bit this week. Kevin Durant passed Charles Barkley for 26th on the NBA's all-time scoring list. How high up that list do you think he's going to get?
It's really weird because I feel like he should be higher. Like he's been around.
He's missed time.
He missed the whole season. He missed some time with OKC too when he had the foot issue. So, yeah, I'm trying to think how high he might get on that list. Off the top of my head, I think he gets to the top 10. I can't.
It goes.
Imagine his career ending and him not being in the top 10 all-time scorers.
It goes back to what we were talking about earlier this week about Kevin Durant, and are we done seeing Kevin Durant play 82 games? Like, what is it? And I get like not a lot of guys play 82 games anymore. So, but are we done seeing Kevin Durant play as many as like 75 games or even 72? Like, are we regularly looking at seasons where Kevin Durant is, whether by his own choice or not, are we looking at him potentially, playing 60 to 65 games every season moving forward?
Right.
Because if he is, that's obviously gonna it diminish his ability to climb as high up that list as he's certainly capable of doing. As we noted this week, the fact that he just like walks out there, it seems like after a week off and drops 40. Or drops 37. Like, he just regularly does that, and to me, it's amazing.
I've never seen a guy like that. There are guys, and we got quite a few of them in the league right now, but Brooklyn has three guys that I can say I've never seen anything like these three guys. I've never seen anything like Kevin Durant. I feel like, and I'm a big Allen Iverson fan, I feel like I've never seen anything like Kyrie Irving, and never seen anything like James Harden. the way he can score and the way he does it. So Brooklyn has 3 of them. As I thought about that statement, NBA has a lot of them. I mean, the NBA is in a place where we got some
Talking about scores.
yeah, and just what they can do on the court. We've got some real all-time guys. You know, you got Steph, obviously.
Mm-hmm.
Got LeBron. Never seen anybody like Giannis before.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, that's crazy. They got about 10 guys where I feel we'll look back and tell our kids and grandkids, you didn't see Giannis though.
Mm-hmm.
You didn't see LeBron. You didn't see what he was able to do. Your new guy, Bo Craig. Yeah, he's cool, but you didn't see.
Bo Craig sounds like a lineman. Doesn't sound like a basketball player. It sounds like a lineman.
You didn't see Kevin Durant. You didn't see what he was able to do. So yeah, the league's in a good place, I think.
Yeah, I mean, Harden's up there. Kyrie too. Like, and I'm never against a guy who has a large portfolio of interest. I know some people are. I'm not. If Kyrie had, man, this question isn't going to come across like I want to. So sorry. I hope you know what. If Kyrie had like LeBron's level of focus on basketball or Kobe's level of focus on basketball, Kyrie could arguably be one of the greatest players we've ever seen.
Mm-hmm.
But I think he has like out, not that his, I don't think his outs. Do you know what I'm trying to say by that?
Yeah, and not to be disrespectful, but he can get distracted by other things going on in the world.
And that's okay. That's okay.
The most important thing in his life.
Right. That's how I should have phrased it. If basketball was the most important thing in his life, would he be like I absolutely believe he'd be one of the greatest players we've ever seen.
Yeah, basketball. Like I really believe, especially after listening to him, seeing the way he goes about things and hearing him talk, like he loves basketball. Obviously he does. He loves basketball.
Mm-hmm.
But if it was taken away from him tomorrow, he'd be fine.
Yeah, completely agree.
He'd be okay. He'd move on with his life and do other things with his life. And I mean, that's admirable. I'm 37 years old. I can't get away from basketball. I play every night in the backyard because I'll never want basketball to leave me.
Will Z working here on the fly says if KD continues scoring 27.1 points a game, that's his career average. He only needs 179 games to pass Shaquille O'Neal to get into the top 10. The question is, how many seasons is 179 games for him?
It's 3 years.
Well, for him,
right.
Like, are we looking at 3 seasons for him? And at that point, he's what, 36, 37?
Man, I doubt he gets in the top 10 though.
He'll get into the top 10, but this is a guy who probably could have gotten into the top 5. He could. Sure. There was a time where it felt like Kevin Durant could absolutely be in the top 2, the top 1. Somewhere around there. We'll step out. We'll come back. We've got some more Kings that we want to talk about. We've got some quick hits as well. We've got to talk about your San Francisco Giants here for a quick minute. As we mentioned, some quick hits. Aaron Rodgers, Jimmy G, and Daniel Bryan. Heard that right. That's all coming up next year as D'Lo and KC continue on Twitch, on YouTube, on the Odyssey app, and on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320.
Wrestling's been kind of...
You need a minute?
Yeah.
Okay. What is Deuce doing? Oh, wow. Deuce. Oh, goodness gracious. Deuce just posted a picture from his senior ball. This day in 2006 was the Kings' last playoff game. I was a senior in high school and sitting in the upper bowl of Arco Arena for the Game 6 loss to the Spurs. And then he, wow. Can't unsee that picture that Deuce just posted. That's good. Holy smokes. That's spectacular. Deucey, baby. Nice job. Well, so that's the only reason I brought it. It looks like his contract expired. It looks like his contract is expired. So he's been talking about retirement for a while, like for a couple of years now. Nah, I don't need those, man. I don't need them. Be rolling without them for the next 4 months. Just not on the show because y'all are ruthless. I knew. I got myself into this. I, unfortunately, am not one of those people when it comes to Kyrie Irving. Not many people respect Kyrie Irving and his Wait, really? Not many people respect Kyrie Irving and his basketball acumen? Really? I don't think that's accurate. Is it? I don't think that's true. I think the last part is right. And maybe you're talking about media people don't respect Kyrie. I feel like his peers respect the hell out of him. I don't know when we'll get Ricky Rose back, but we're working on something. It won't be Rick, but it'll be big. It'll be huge, I promise. Wow, look at that line from John Bull. Let's get where are we at here? Where are we at on the thumbs up button? Do we got to go begging for likes? Oh, what is that? We're not even at everybody's favorite number yet. What are you guys doing? There's more than enough people in here to get that number up. Let's go. Okay, I hear you, Bishop. I hear you. Come on, y'all. Y'all get it the thumbs up, man. Stop playing. Y'all messing around today. Hit that thumbs up. Let's get Roddy. I think Roddy left. He got mad at us and left. Let's get John 12 more. And then we'll work our way to 100. Let's get John 12 more. Come on now. Hit that thumbs up. You in here. There's 72 people in here. Y'all could hit that thumbs up real quick. Got to figure out how to make Twitch pop more.
Places.
Y'all slacking. Well, that's part of the problem, Bishop. You can only hit it once, fam.
We appreciate it, though, Bishop.
Yeah, I mean,
we appreciate the attempt.
Loves us 30 times over. I'm with it. There you go. Now we moving. I'm with it. Let's get 6 more, guys. Come on.
I'm not paying the rest enough because they stink.
Mm-hmm. We'll dive back into the Sacramento Kings coming up here in just a couple of minutes. We'll get you ready for the game tonight against the Indiana Pacers as well. Kenny will lay out all the ridiculous play-in scenarios that are out there for the Sacramento Kings. I even think there's a way out there plan where they can actually get to 9th.
It's not that far out there.
So there you have it.
Far out there.
Here's the good news. Play-in or not, the Kings are playing well at this point in the season. What does it ultimately mean? I have no idea. You and I have never been big believers in the ping pong balls. You and I have never been big believers in lose as many games to increase your lottery chances or your draft pick or anything like that. You and I, we're just not in that camp. So watching the Kings win ball games, that works.
Mm-hmm.
That absolutely works for us. Speaking of winning ball games and losing ball games, you kind of had a kind of a love-hate thing yesterday with your San Francisco Giants yesterday.
Well, jeez. I mean, so there's a couple things that went on here. You guys know, first game of the season, I said there will not be a worse loss than what they did in the first game of the season.
I remember.
Losing to the Seattle Mariners. I think they were up 6-1 in the 7th. Ended up losing the lead in the 8th. Tied it in the 9th. Couldn't get anybody home in the 10th with the new extra inning rule.
Mm-hmm.
Guy starting on second. And then 3 walks to lose that game on opening night. So there won't be a worse loss.
Mm-hmm.
Well, they tried last night. They tried. And I'm not sure it's worse. Or it's
really
I'm not sure it's not worse. I'm not sure it's not worse. I'm going to say it's not worse.
It's not worse.
This is the second worst loss.
It was pretty bad.
They were up 6-2 in the seventh, seventh, and they played a doubleheader, so it's only 7
They were
games.
up 6-2 in the last inning.
In the last inning. I think on 2 different occasions they had 2 strikes.
And there were 2 outs, right? The entire time.
2 outs. I don't think the Rockies scored their first run, so there was 2 outs left.
Right.
And then on 2 different occasions with 2 outs, they had 2 strikes. And one time there was a little blooper in the right field. And then I'm trying to think if Blackman had 2 strikes on him. I don't think he did. Either way, 2-run home run. Or was it a 3-run home run? It doesn't matter. They lost. Walk off in the 7th. They gave up 5 straight runs, to lose it in extra innings. All bad. 6 runs. So it was a 3-run home run.
6 straight runs.
Blackman.
Yeah, it was 8-6 was the final score.
3-run home run.
And it was a walk-off 3-run home run from Charlie Blackman. So here's maybe this is me. I tuned into that because I wasn't, of course, I wasn't watching the entire game. I wanted to hear what they were talking about after the Giants win. I mean, they had a phenomenal game 1, scored 10 runs in the first inning. Yeah. It's like, okay, I wanted to hear of the first game. They scored 10 runs in the first inning of the first game.
Yeah.
And I was like, I want to hear what they're talking about. I tuned in. I was tuning in for the last out and the last out only.
Wow.
It took a long time for that last out to come. And I did not
never saw it.
I did
never
not.
came.
I'm still waiting for the last out to happen.
You and me both, Damien.
So I guess maybe that one was on me.
Yeah,
as you often are at baseball practice, and sometimes you miss the start of a Kings game and you tune in and Buddy Hield is lighting the world on fire, and then you start watching and he stinks. Maybe it was my fault. Giants were up 6-2. I tuned the game on. There are 2 outs when I tune in. I'm tuning in for the post game essentially at this point.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry, Giants fans, KC, everybody, that's on me.
Oh man. Now this is one thing that I did see live. I was watching from the 6th inning on. And I was like, man, feel good. We're good right here. And McGee gives up an RBI single, then an RBI double. And I'm like, we're still good. It's just need 1 out. Just need 1 out. And like you said, it never came. That was a terrible loss.
Bruh. I condolences. I'm sorry. Can we just marvel at the fact that Brandon Belt had 7 RBIs in the first innings alone? In the first inning of game 1 and the first inning of game 2, he had a combined 7 RBIs in those 2 innings.
Have a day, B-Belt.
That's ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. Of course, they won that first game 12-4, 10 of those.
Still in first place.
And there you go. So you got to be feeling pretty good about this team, yeah?
I'm feeling good about where they're at. I'm just sitting here feeling good about where they're at right now. I don't have any grand proclamations for what could happen. Hell,
cautiously optimistic?
Very cautiously optimistic.
Okay.
Because this came out of nowhere. There were not these type of expectations. So yeah, I want to see it. And real quick, Ramsey points it out. Yeah, Duvall, the guy who gave up the home run to Charlie Blackman. I don't know why he didn't throw the fastball. It feels like not once in his 2 batters that he faced. Kept going with that slider. Bring the heat. And that slider he threw to Blackman, that was just a frisbee right into the middle of the plate. And Blackman did what he did with it.
More impressive. 6 straight runs in the last inning or a 15-0 run in overtime. The Suns and Cavs went to overtime yesterday. The Suns beat the Cavs 134-118. The game went to overtime. The Suns were like, you've got to be kidding me. They started overtime on a 15-0 run.
That was crazy.
And wound up just blowing the Cavs out. You don't see too many blowouts in overtime. Nah. This was a legit blowout in overtime.
Nah, not at all. That was crazy to see. Cam Johnson with a nasty little reverse throw over Jared Allen to kind of, well, it was already put away, but put the exclamation point on it. That was nasty.
Indeed, it was. A couple of quick hits before we get back to your Sacramento Kings here. We talked about Jimmy Garoppolo yesterday. Mm-hmm. We played the sound of him with Keyshawn and Zubin and Jay Will and all of our friends over at the mothership in Bristol. And he was, talking about coming full circle, bringing Trey Lance along, all that good stuff, all of the right things, basically. Is what he was saying. And we've talked about the type of season that Jimmy Garoppolo should have. Let me rephrase that. We've talked about the type of season that we hope Jimmy Garoppolo would have. It appears that he's approaching this the right way. We have no idea how this is going to play out, if he's going to get the Fitzpatrick treatment and he's going to be benched regardless of how he's playing, or if he ultimately gets the Alex Smith treatment. And the idea is, we're going to play Alex Smith the entire year regardless, or if it's quarterback competition when training camp starts and perhaps Trey Lance beats him out. Like, who really knows? Mm-hmm. But my question for you doesn't pertain to this year. It pertains to next year. What happens with Jimmy next? Because we saw 5 quarterbacks drafted in this class, right? I mean, we saw more than 5. We saw Kellen Mond. We saw 5 taken in the first round, and I think we're probably going to see 5 in the first round next year, based on some of the things that I was reading here this morning. Mm-hmm. Where does Jimmy fit in starting quarterbacks in the NFL?
I think Jimmy will fit somewhere with a team that feels like they're relatively close and doesn't want to draft a quarterback. So. Off the top of my head, somebody like I don't know, like a, it won't be this team, but like a Cleveland, right? So say Baker goes down, I don't think they'll draft.
You think he'll be an injury replacement?
Or a just looked at as an upgrade, especially if he has a good year this year, looked at as
they ain't gonna be that'll be telling, because then I'll ask the same question later about Baker Mayfield. But I think there's probably a team like Washington who could potentially be in the conversation for Jimmy Garoppolo. Daniel Jones.
Yes,
we're doing the Dame time look here with Daniel Jones. Like the clock is ticking, like time is running out on him. I think he's one of the guys
the Vikings could be looking for.
Well, they drafted Mon too, so like that's something. They didn't draft him in the first round. So, how funny would it be if Jimmy Garoppolo replaces Kirk Cousins? That'd be 49er fans would be like, whoo, thank God it's in Minnesota.
I'm going down the list right here. New Orleans might be on that list. Carolina, Atlanta, they might be 2 candidates.
He's going to have options.
Yeah. Look, this sounds crazy. Seattle.
I'm just thinking the same thing. But where is Russell Wilson going to be playing?
See, that's going to be
because he ain't going to be playing in Chicago. Not with my man out there. Not with number 1 out there under center.
I know where he's going to be.
Okay,
he'll be in New York for the Giants.
Oh, you say that so matter of factly. Like, what about the desert with John Gruden? John Gruden, greatest coach of all time. If you read,
desert will work too. But a lot of people believe he's been angling trying to get to New York.
Okay,
up for him.
How about Philly? Jalen is there right now. Yeah, I don't feel like they love it. Man. I don't know if they drafted anyone. Who drafted Kyle Trask?
Where did Kyle Trask?
Remember off the top of your head? I had this in my. This was in my notes Friday, and that's how I don't commit Kyle Trask draft status. I know where he was drafted. Tampa Bay. Did I get that right? Let me see if I get. Yeah, he went to Tampa Bay.
Good stuff. I like
I don't know what they're going to do with him.
There. Houston Texans could be a possibility, which is another quarterback situation. Where does he go?
We don't talk about that here on this show. I don't know how that situation is going to end. I know the NFL. I don't know. We tried. We tiptoed around that conversation once. We'll just leave that. Let it continue to. We'll just leave it. We'll just walk away from it. How about okay? We've laid out some scenarios for Jimmy. What about Aaron?
Denver.
What's it? That's it. Is it? So the report today. This is one of the things that this is getting fun. The report's just getting more salacious. So apparently Aaron Rodgers was telling Packers and potential free agents, "Don't sign here. I ain't gonna be here." He also called their general manager, and I keep it Brian Guttenhurst. I don't even know that it's Brian. Like I'm
Brian, Big B.
BG. He was calling him Jerry Krause.
Now,
and apparently in a group text message, he was referring to him as Jerry Krause.
Now here's the thing about that. Aaron Rodgers wants to call BG Jerry Krause when Jerry Krause was breaking up the Chicago Bulls and Michael Jordan, while Michael Jordan was in the midst or at the end of winning 6 championships in 8 seasons. And Aaron Rodgers, what the hell are you doing? How do you even remotely think that this is a Jerry Krause situation? He was breaking up a team that was a dynasty, a team that was winning championship after championship after championship. You can't even get to the Super Bowl. The hell are you talking about, Aaron Rodgers? And see, this is the thing. I figured out what the issue is with Aaron Rodgers.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I already knew what it was, but it's just even more glaring. It's always somebody else. It's always somebody else. Aaron Rodgers can't never look in the mirror and be like, I gotta be better. I'm not getting my team where they're supposed to be. And that's why they keep finding themselves in these situations. Because Aaron Rodgers thinks it's all good. I'm all good. Yeah, he's the MVP. That's great. That's great. His team ain't getting over the hump, not taking the next step. But it's somebody else's fault all the time. They're not getting him enough. They're not drafting enough skill position players, enough defensive players to get him over the hump. And then he want to come back and call somebody Jerry Krause like he Michael Jordan. Aaron, in the words of Martin Lawrence, man, sit your ass down. Jerry Krause. Man, sit down somewhere. Choke every big game that there. You fall apart every championship game there is. You want to call somebody Jerry Krause.
Few quarterbacks with the universal discussion as being one of the best in the league only have one championship. And I've always found that fascinating about Aaron Rodgers, because there are people that will tell you that he is the best quarterback in the game, but Peyton's got to win a Super Bowl. Patrick Mahomes already has to win another Super Bowl. There are all of these quarterbacks that have to win Super Bowl, but for some reason, Aaron Rodgers just doesn't have to win one.
No, because it's never Aaron Rodgers' fault. And see, they got people, not yourself or anything, but they got people all the time with the big talking point. Oh, they haven't helped him out. They haven't gotten anything for, instead of people like myself who will say, Aaron Rodgers, you need to be better. You need to figure this out. Because 1 time, 2 time, yeah, maybe they could have got you some help.
You need to be better.
Go 13-3 and fall apart at home, on the road. It don't matter. In the biggest game, you're going to fall apart. And then you want to glare at somebody else. You want to look at somebody else crazy. You want to call somebody Jerry Krause when you haven't got the job done. And it wasn't Martin who said that. It was Angry Man who said, man, sit your ass down.
I can't imagine if that trade on draft day had gone through and he had been a San Francisco 49er and he comes up short in a divisional playoff game.
Oh, man.
I might have just laid out for 4 hours. I'd have just been here on the text line. I would have been here on the chat house. I would have been here on the phone. I wouldn't have said nothing. I just would have let you go for 4 hours.
And he talking about I wasn't saying that when I thought Rodgers was going to be a Niner.
Yeah.
And this is exactly what I would have said. I would have been like, I'm glad we got him. We should be the favorites for the Super Bowl. Don't choke like you normally do, Aaron. This ain't Green Bay. We ain't going to pat you on the back and be like, oh, John Lynch didn't get you anybody. That's why you lost. We're going to look directly at you, Aaron Rodgers. So don't choke. That's exactly what I would have said.
Aaron Jones was the 4th leading rusher in the league last year, and Devontae Adams was 3rd in yards and had 18 touchdowns. So all of this talent that the Packers have not surrounded him with.
Went 13-3 again, right?
Mm-hmm.
Home in the NFC Championship game.
Mm-hmm.
The opposing guy in the NFC Championship game threw 3 picks. They talking about, you're not getting us any defensive players. The guy threw 3 picks in the second half. you couldn't find a way to get it done. But somebody else is Jerry Krause.
I don't know why Aaron Rodgers has this golden halo around him, especially given the fact now this is going to make some people uncomfortable.
Make them squirm.
If Aaron Rodgers acted the way he did, but he was a little bit darker, man, can you imagine the narrative on Aaron Rodgers? Because there aren't very many people who have, like, Aaron Rodgers is an ass. There ain't no way to say, like Aaron Rodgers does not come across well. He's not charming. He's not cute. He's not funny. He acts like a jerk.
Yeah.
He acts like an absolute jerk. Could you imagine if he was just a little bit darker? A quarterback in the NFL? This is the most prestigious position in all of sports, and you're going to act that way? Boy, man, them stories would be out there.
What they say, the most important position in sports, got to be the best leader.
Got to be.
Aaron Rodgers come off like a leader at all? Absolutely not. They be getting on Cam Newton because of the way he dresses going to the games.
Think about this. Like, think about these two different situations here. Say that again, please, because I went past that way too quickly. Say that one more time.
They got the halo over Aaron Rodgers. They give him the pass, but they want to get on Cam Newton for the way he dresses going to the game.
Think about the two stud quarterbacks, right? The two guys who said, I don't want to be with this organization next year. Mm-hmm. You got Aaron Rodgers. We just gave you those numbers on Aaron Jones and Devontae Adams. 13-3 last year. Aaron Rodgers, MVP. Deshaun Watson, the other one. Go look at that roster. Go look at that organization's history of drafting. Go look at that goofball head coach who they finally fired. Now, on top of all of that, go look at the season Deshaun Watson had. Deshaun Watson statistically had a better season than Aaron Rodgers did. But his team was what, 14-12? Or 4-12?
Yeah.
You talk about the right to complain about it, the way an organization has been run, as opposed to a guy who's 13-3 last year and the year before. And all the while we were here last
one, lost in the first playoff game.
And
but look, man, that's the fault of the GM. It's the fault of Mike McCarthy.
Well, I mean, before the ink even dried on his contract, I don't know. Aaron Rodgers is going to like Matt LaFleur. There was dissension. I don't even think Matt LaFleur and Aaron Rodgers had even met. They ain't even met each other yet before there were problems. Oh, there's dissension. There's rumors. There's problems here. I don't know. It wasn't because Matt LaFleur. It's because of Aaron Rodgers. It's always because of Aaron Rodgers.
Always.
The guy who we were very excited might be playing in Northern California last Thursday when we thought he might be drafted here. Of course, I do want to point out, if you weren't with us for all 8 hours, one, shame on you. We talked about these issues on Thursday.
Mm-hmm.
We talked about the type of guy he appears to be. Now, maybe he's just that way with media, which again it's another weird thing. Maybe he's not that way with teammates. Maybe he's only that way with his family, which he is completely disconnected from. Maybe he's just that way with media. But it's weird that a quarterback can be that way with media and not get ripped for it. Again, I can think of one player in particular, and I ain't going to go off on another little tangent here.
I mean,
you're
going a tangent.
I ain't going to do it. I'm just going to say number 4 in Washington, formerly number 0, hashtag why not? 4 triple doubles in the last 5 seasons. He don't like the media, and guess what? The media don't like him. And that's part of the reason that he's covered the way that he is. I don't know why Aaron Rodgers isn't covered the same way.
I don't know why, but on this show, he gonna get that heat.
One last quick hit on a guy who has significantly more respect than Aaron Rodgers does, from his peers at least. Daniel Bryan's contract expired. His WWE contract expired. He wrestled in a loser leaves SmackDown, or no, it wasn't that. It was if he lost to Roman Reigns, he'd be banished from SmackDown forever. I thought, well, that's easy. He's just going to go to Raw. And I read this morning from Dave Meltzer that his contract expired over the weekend. Daniel Bryan has been flirting with retirement for the last year or so. But there's also another wrestling promotion on TNT.
Yeah, that'd be a big move for them.
What's happening with Daniel Bryan here? You think that he's done, or you think he's headed over to AEW with Tony Khan?
I think he finds his way to AEW.
Let me make this quick note here on Tony Khan.
Oh boy.
He was talking about Tim Tebow. Tony Khan, by the way, for those who don't know, Tony Khan owns All Elite Wrestling, AEW. Tony Khan is also the son of Shad Khan, the owner of the Jacksonville Jaguars. The Jaguars, they were in the news last week, not just because they drafted Trevor Lawrence, but also because Tim Tebow got a workout at the tight end position. Apparently, Tony Khan was telling people they're going to sign Tim Tebow to come into training camp and try out at the tight end position.
Okay. Good luck with that.
I don't know. I'm just throwing it out there. Tony Khan's been busy. I guess he's negotiating with Tim Tebow and he's negotiating with Daniel Bryan. I'm not sure which it is, but there you have that. The Jacksonville Jaguars looking to win the SEC this year with Urban Meyer and Tim Tebow.
I'm not done with Aaron Rodgers.
Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Aaron Rodgers. I'm just up here doing a little math on his conference championship losses. I ain't even talking about, like I said, I'm not even getting into the 15-1 Packers team that lost at home at Lambeau to the New York Giants. Not even getting into that. In the conference championship games, he's lost 28-22 at Seattle. 44-21, just beat down by the Atlanta Falcons. 31-26 at the crib to Tampa Bay. 37-20 to the 49ers. It wasn't even that close. He didn't dive on a fumble either, by the way. The records of his teams those years, 13-3, 13-3, 10-6, 12-4. Yet somehow he don't have enough. Boy, I tell you, man, Aaron Rodgers, man, that dude, that's a character right there. I'll tell you that. That's a character. That's a real character. Ain't nothing ever Aaron Rodgers. You want to call somebody Jerry Krause. Man, please. You're Karl Malone. Damn near. You got one, so we can give you that. But you ain't no Michael Jordan. You ain't no Michael Jordan. I promise you that.
We'll step out. Let's step out. Let me give Kenny a second here. We'll come back. We'll talk about something that makes Kenny happy. King's third straight victory last night. An opportunity at a play-in. Things seem to be all good with Tyrese Haliburton. We're going to change the conversation. Not just that, we got some Justin James minutes yesterday.
Oh, my God, Justin James.
That's all coming up as D'Lo and Casey continue here. Twitch, YouTube, Odyssey, and Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320. All right, I'll be right back.
This dude went 15-1 and lost in the division round, and it wasn't even close. Let me see the score. I think they lost by 2 touchdowns. What'd he say? Who said what? I haven't heard that one. Nah, what did he say? Oh, I do remember that. Aaron Rodgers does exactly. He is you heard it here first. Jesse says Aaron Rodgers is the Pat Beverly of the NFL. They lost 37-20 to the Giants when they went 15-1. 37-20 at the crib. Oh, but they didn't get him no defenders. I mean, maybe Aaron Rodgers is the problem. Aaron Rodgers, great talent. He's just not a leader. He's not that dude. He's just not that dude. Oh, yeah, you're right. Drake is the best State Farm spokesperson. That's facts too. I think Aaron had a couple interceptions that game too. Aaron is a great talent, man. Don't get it twisted. But he's not that dude. He's just not. And I can't look at him as he is. Super talent. You know, it's great. Not that dude. I told you what I would say if he was on the 49ers. I'd sit up here. I wouldn't be popping no champagne. I wouldn't be popping none of that Bel Air. I'd say, all right, let's go. We're the favorites to win a Super Bowl. Don't choke, Aaron. Bring us number 6. I'd support him. But I know in the back of my mind the type of guy he is. He couldn't wait to throw Kyle under the bus if he didn't perform in the NFC Championship game. Hey, J. Corb, we ain't trying to hear none of that. Keep that. Ain't trying to hear none of that. What I know is this dude, defense wasn't a problem during the regular season of these seasons. All of a sudden when they lose, it's the defense's fault. Man, please. I ain't trying to hear none of that from Aaron Rodgers. Great talent. He just ain't that dude. Hell no. Do whatever they want. They ain't winning no Super Bowls with him. J. Corb. Yeah. It's the defense's fault. Hey, and if the 49ers get Aaron Rodgers, I'll get on these airwaves, get in front of this camera. I'll say, good. We're Super Bowl favorites. Don't choke. Don't choke like you've done so many times in your career. Get the job done this time. If he gets the job done, it'll be all good. We'll have no issues. Thank you, Ramsey.
All right. Get it all out of your system, I see. Enter at your own risk. Kenny worked up. That Aaron Rodgers note was just a throwaway note, but my man fired up.
Well, I wouldn't even have anything to say. This dude really tried to. No. Let's talk about what he's trying to. He really tried to say he Michael Jordan. Fam, you ain't Michael Jordan. You're not. Michael Jordan was out here winning six NBA championships in 8 years. You are not nobody's Michael Jordan. Sit down. Crazy. And Jay Corb want to come in here and talk. The Jay Corb, he like everybody else. Oh, what about the defense? Aaron Rodgers play defense now? All right, bet. Y'all keep giving him them passes. And let enable and empower this man to come out here and call himself Michael Jordan. Sit down, Aaron Rodgers. No damn Michael Jordan.
If I sit here long enough and not say anything, Kenny will just get more worked up by the minute. Like the more silent I fall, the more frustrated he gets.
The man called himself Michael Jordan.
He didn't, but I get what you're saying. He didn't. He called Brian Guttenkurs Jerry Krause.
Great job. Guttenkurs. Guttenkurs.
Hey, let's talk about something that makes you happy. Aaron Rodgers doesn't make you happy. Trey Lance makes you happy. The 49ers make you happy. The Sacramento Kings winning basketball games
Absolutely.
Makes you happy. And the Sacramento Kings won their third straight game last night. This one against the Oklahoma City Thunder, 103-99. 7 players in double digits last night, including Justin James.
Hey, Justin James is up there putting work.
Justin James got up 10 shots yesterday. That will never not be funny to me. Like he was out there. He's like, all right, coach, I'm going to make the most of my 18 minutes. He got up 10 shots, 13 points. Now, not everybody believes in this statistic, but he was negative 14. Wow. He was minus 18 in the plus minus category.
This is why.
But hey, that's all right. We saw Justin James yesterday. We saw Jamias Ramsey. Oh, man.
That was real quick.
Not very long. If you blink, you missed it. Yeah.
Absolutely.
If you blink, you definitely missed it.
I said, is that Jamias Ramsey? And I blinked and I was like, oh, maybe it wasn't Jamias Ramsey.
Hey, is that Jamias Ramsey dead ball? Nope, that wasn't. Nope, I don't know who that was, but I know Jamias Ramsey's back over there on the bench.
Play a little defense, got to stop. So yeah, baby steps on my guy Jamias.
Hey,
I'm a believer in Jamias Ramsey's potential. He's just not there.
I thought everybody. There's not a king that I can point to go like, oh man, they were terrible. You know, you didn't get those big money points from Kyle Guy. You didn't get anything real exciting from your man Kyle Guy there, but
Kyle Guy's struggling out there.
That was a team win for the Sacramento Kings yesterday. It wasn't a Buddy Hield takeover. Whether obviously De'Aaron Fox isn't there. There was no one player that took the game over, though. I thought DeLon Wright's performance was really impressive. This was it was a game that just the team did it. It wasn't pretty. This isn't a masterpiece. This isn't one you want to go back and look at the film at and go, let's do this again. But they got the win, and they did it without De'Aaron, Tyrese, and Harrison Barnes.
They got the win at this point in the season, really at any point in the season. But now things are a little magnified with a little pressure on the line. They have this outside shot at a play-in possibility. I don't care. Get that win. That was about as ugly and as terrifying as a win against a team, against a bunch of guys that basketball aficionado here. I don't know who these guys were.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. Outside of my man Mikhailo, Dort, and who's the other guy I know?
Obviously, you don't stand out that much.
Remember the other guy?
I don't even remember you saying anyone else. I remember Lou Dort, and then you're.
That's who I know. I do know Ty Jerome. Outside of those three, I don't know who these guys were.
Were you watching Ty Jerome on like the Big Sky Conference? Is that where he is, or
you should know this? Ty Jerome is a national championship winner.
Okay,
Virginia with Kyle Guy.
I remember that being a discussion. Okay, I recall. All right.
Oh, I knew those three, but those other guys.
I think I just kept saying, "Who's the guy next to Kyle Guy?" Why do they keep talking about this guy? I don't understand.
Ty Jerome.
By the way. Zero Steph Buddy references last night.
I was checking for that. I ended up
Zero.
watching with the volume down because I was doing some other stuff.
No, even I thought we were close. I thought Mark was going to give us one. Didn't happen.
Saving them for tonight.
Buddy hit a three and it was like, here we go. Come on, let's get one. Got to get one. Didn't happen.
Saving them for tonight.
All right, we'll see. Let's set the over under a little bit lower tonight. We had it at like.
Yeah, I think we had at 3.5.
Yeah, let's go 2.5. 2.5 over under. 1.5. Probably. Who's calling the game tonight? Is it Kyle or Mark? I feel like Kyle really leans on that one.
I feel like it's Drapes tonight. My man.
I think it is too. Let's go 1.5. We'll go 1.5 tonight. We'll adjust as necessary for the Friday game against the Spurs.
So yeah, man. I say all that to say, I could kind of care less how they got that win last night. There's an old boxing term, and I'm sure other people use it. But you win tonight, you look good next time.
There you go.
Doing that.
Mm-hmm.
Win tonight, look good next time.
A pretty win and an ugly win is still a win. It don't matter. And given the current state of the Sacramento Kings, it really doesn't matter. There'd be far more reason for concern if Tyrese or maybe frustration, maybe concern isn't the right word, given the fact that they're 28-37. There'd probably far more like, what the hell was that if Harrison, Tyrese, and De'Aaron were all around. None of them were around. And this team was still able to pull out a victory. And it's also magnified by the fact that the team has won, the 2 games prior. They bounced back after getting it absolutely handed to them. Yeah, by the Utah Jazz. So they've bounced back nicely. This was obviously their first complete game without Tyrese Haliburton, and we'll get to the update on him in just a couple of minutes. And there's probably more. There's some more things we should talk about with Tyrese as well, which we'll get to coming up in just a couple of minutes. But DeLon, right the way, you're going to need a different game though, because this Pacers group is different. They haven't mailed it in for the season, and despite the fact that they've got all this dissension with their head coach, and there's already reports they're going to move on from him at the end of the year, and he's got relationships to repair with other coaches and players on the team. This is still a team that's in a play-in scenario right now. This is still a team that's fighting for their postseason hopes. It's not a team that's sitting their stars down, if you will, and just trying to get through the last week of the season. This is an entirely different, strategy that they're going to have tonight against strategy is the wrong word. This is an entirely different output they're going to have from this roster. They're going to need a guy. They're going to need Buddy to have a night. They're going to need Marvin or Rashawn or somebody to have a night tonight against Indiana.
Terrence Davis to have another night like he had last night where he was playing really well. So it's going to be all hands on deck. One of the things that they did last night that I really liked, and I'm not using this as an "I told you so" moment, or I'm really, it's just an observation, and also an observation how the game is looked at. So last night, one of Kenny's keys was I wanted 30 plus assists, and I forgot who it was. They tapped in and they were like, "Yeah, all the Kings point guards out, and Kenny's asking for 30 assists." Mm-hmm. Right? It was funny. It was a cool line. I understand it, but this is where like you got to kind of understand, what I meant by that and what they need in the team game. Mm-hmm. Just because your point guards are there doesn't mean you stop passing. If anything, you rely more on the other guys passing and working the ball around and setting up different teammates, because you don't have guys like Tyrese and De'Aaron and even Harrison who can go create their own shot without an assist. Essentially, with those guys down, all these guys need an assist to be able to score the bucket for the most part. So they almost got there. They didn't get the 30 plus, but they had 25 assists last night.
They did.
And I thought they were moving that ball around and working with each other pretty well. And that's kind of what I was looking for more than anything.
And don't get, like 25 assists is a great number.
Mm-hmm. 30 was asking for excellence, but 25 is it's good night moving that ball around.
It's okay to demand excellence from this team. There's nothing wrong with that. It's just, can you stop making? It's not funny. Stop making a joke out of them. There ain't nothing wrong with demanding excellence. So when you ask for 30 assists with only one point guard in sight, hey, ask for 30 assists. They got damn close, and it was. Now they made it interesting, and by interesting I mean not fun. The final few seconds, boy, if you hopped on Twitter when it was 199, boy, that was a dark place.
I missed that. Give me a little feedback.
There was a lot of Kangs references.
It's Kangs, not you. Everybody. That's a term, and you will be viewed as the Kangs as long as you keep perpetuating that.
Stop taking away everybody's joy.
I'm trying to take away everybody's hurt.
You're going about this wrong. How about the team start winning ball games? That'll take away their hurt. Hell, they win tonight. Hell, if they win tonight, we can all set ourselves up. Well, not me. You guys can set yourselves up to be hurt again. I ain't going to do it. But if they win tonight, and if the Jazz win tonight, all you guys can tee this. You could put that ball right on the tee and set yourself up to be hurt again on Friday.
I'm ready.
I know you are. I know you are.
Hurt me.
Hurt me. Okay, easy. It's getting weird. Knock it off. The Thunder damn near made it weird last night as they scored 30. They gave up 30 in the fourth quarter to the Oklahoma City Thunder. They outscored the Kings 30-22. But again, they're going to have a different output from their big dogs tonight, or at least their remaining big dogs tonight when they take on the Indiana Pacers. Appreciate you for listening to ESPN 1320 KIFM West Sacramento, KRXQ, HD2 Sacramento, an Odyssey station and driven by Lashers, Elk Grove, Dodge, Rodillo, and KC, Damie Barling, and Kenny Caraway here on twitch.tv/ESPN1320 and youtube.com/ESPN1320. You can watch us anytime on those two apps. You can listen to us anytime on the Odyssey app, and you can download the podcast available on Odyssey, Apple, Spotify, Google Play, wherever you get your podcast from. Now, Kings get the win last night. Go ahead.
No, I was just saying I had a thought when you were saying you don't want to be hurt, and I was like,
Aaron Rodgers. Oh, sorry.
This guy really tried to sit up here and compare himself.
Okay, stop it. I was kidding. Come on.
But when I was like hurting me, I felt like Ric Flair about to get that final super kick, and I'm like, come on, give it to me. I don't care. I want it. Give me that final.
And that's the Kings looking at you like, I'm sorry, I love you, and it's over.
Give it to me. Come on.
Oh, ain't gonna be me.
Look, Damien, I already said
me. I would have ducked the super kick, put him in the figure 4, and called it a day.
I already said in my outlining and outlooking of this end of the season, I already counted tonight as a loss.
You did.
It really don't matter what happens tonight. I guess maybe if San Antonio beat Utah, maybe that would change. It really wouldn't change it because it's all about the wins. It's all about the 2-6 and 6-2. But Friday is already the biggest game of the year.
Oh,
it already is.
Okay.
I already said the loss today.
You did.
I already said that.
Okay.
Friday is already the biggest game of the year.
But doesn't San Antonio have to lose tonight?
They don't. They just gotta win no more than 2 games. I don't really care when it happens or how it happens. They got to win no more than 2 games, and the Kings have to win the game against San Antonio. So all that matters.
So already the biggest game, Golden One Center history, is coming up next Friday or this Friday. 2 days away. What am I talking about? It's 2 days away.
I think that's accurate.
I'm not getting on board for this. I just want to be clear. I'm not a part of this, but I'll be here for Friday's show. I'll be here for Thursday's show. We'll see what happens tonight against the Indiana Pacers. We did, and we'll dive more into that game. We'll let you know what BetQL says coming up here in about 15 minutes or so. We'll actually dive into the matchup and not the overview of the Kings and the remaining part of the season. But we'll look at this specific matchup tonight and what they're going to need. Kenny's keys to a Kings victory, if you will. And you did pretty well with those keys as you do on a regular basis. It's really simple. If the Kings listen to Kenny, they win ball games. It boils down to that. Tyrese Haliburton, we've got we finally got an update. The most elusive MRI in recent sports memory. Tyrese Haliburton, it was deemed no ligament damage. Expected to make a full recovery. There wasn't really a lot of information given. I don't even think the injury was actually diagnosed. Like I don't know, like what, like it's like it.
So you want to know if something's torn? We'll tell you yes.
It's literally he's just hurt. That's it. Like I mean, there's no ligament damage.
Everybody really wanted to know. No surgery required. None of that.
No ligament damage. No, and expected to make a full recovery. What we don't know, or at least what I don't, and I don't think Luke addressed this. I don't remember him addressing that in the post game media is. Like, does he have a full off season ahead? Like, is it like there was? He framed it as he's probably out the rest of the regular season. But should a scenario play out where there is another game played, we'd evaluate where Tyrese Haliburton is at that point. So it feels like, and this was to me the most important part for any potential long-term injury, even if it wasn't like an ACL, but even if it was something that knocked him out for a couple of months, and it doesn't sound like that's the case. I wanted him to be able to have a full off season, like a real, and of course, this isn't going to be like a real off season. It's going to be close to it. It's going to be a hell of a lot closer than it was last year. But that was my biggest thing for Tyrese is I wanted him to be able to have an off season where he could work, where he could, work on his body, where he could work with a professional, the professional strength coaches here and in those types of different things. And then of course, work on his game along the way. And it sounds like he's going to be able to have all that stuff.
Yeah, I think Tyrese dodged a bullet. Us Kings fans, the Kings organization, they dodged a bullet. Probably nothing more than a little hyperextension, maybe a little bone bruise or something like that. But nothing when once again, I'm being careful when I say this. I don't think they're going to make the playoffs, but I could see a scenario where just based on the injury and feeling like they dodged some stuff, I could see him working out next week or the week after, excuse me, if they need him to, working out, running through some tests, see if he can go or not. I think that's realistic. So 2-week injury. Now, it's going to feel some soreness and it's not going to be 100% for a while. But to your point, it's not going to take away from his offseason, I don't think, at all.
Yeah. Which begs the next question is, what do you want to – what's the biggest thing you want to see Tyrese improve on this offseason? Or sorry, what's the biggest thing you want to see him improve on next season? Like what types of things do you want him to work on this offseason? What type of skills do you want him to develop? I know a lot of people say he's skinny, he's small, he needs to, get bigger, he needs to work on his size, those types of different things. What would you like to see him work on before the next season gets here?
I want to see him personally, basketball-wise, work on his shot creation, and work on being able to create shots outside of the pick and roll. With the pick and roll, he's a savant. He is an absolute savant. He knows how to work that, the timing of attacking the basket, the alley-oops, all that other stuff. Does a great job. I want to see him get a package in his game where he can work on, hey, I got this guy one-on-one. I got a pull-up package, a 1-2 dribble pull-up package. I got a fadeaway package, or I can get to the cup, finish, whatever the case may be. I want to see him incorporate that into his game, because for him and for the Kings to take another level, he's got to be more of a willing scorer than he is, and he's got to have more tools in his bag to be able to get these shots off. So that's kind of what I want to see from him. And he's with a great guy. He's with Rico Hines. He's going to spend the summer and do some things with Rico. And Rico, I'm a big believer in his player development and what he's able to do. So the Kings got a good one right there.
I think it feels like I hate this. I'm gonna intentionally say this because we did it for De'Aaron for 3 years. The next step. What's the next step? He's got to take that leap. He's, how we are at Kings. We keep looking for that next leap. We keep looking for that next step. And for Tyrese, man, I thought Tyrese had just a phenomenal rookie season. And what I'd like to see him do is, and I don't know if this is something that you necessarily work on in the offseason as much as it's like a mindset. I think Tyrese can be more aggressive with his shot.
Mm-hmm.
Like you talk about that second guy, that second scorer for the Kings, because Tyrese should be starting at the 2 position next year. Or even if you don't want to label it as the 1 and 2, that's fine. Tyrese should be starting next to De'Aaron Fox game 1 next season. It shouldn't be a conversation. So they're going to need, I think, his scoring input to increase a little bit.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
While everybody's defensive strategy gets a little better, why everybody's defensive output gets a little bit better, I think his scoring totals are going to have to go up. His offensive aggressiveness is going to have to go up a little bit. And again, I don't know that that's something that you work on in the offseason as much as it is like a mindset, because I feel like he's a capable scorer. We've seen him be a capable scorer.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like he can do that, for, you know what I mean by this, 82 games a season, right, or 82 games in the season.
And I think he understands that. And I think in certain situations, he understands, hey, I got to be a little bit more of a scorer. We saw it in that Lakers game. We've seen it in a lot of these games without De'Aaron Fox. He's picked up the offensive aggression. Even if he's not shooting the ball well, he's shooting 20 times. He's shooting 17, 18 times a game. And that's what what's going to be needed. He's averaging 13 right now. I need that up to 15 to 17 next year. And that's going to come with taking more shots. It's going to come with being more aggressive. But that's where he's got to be. He's got to be 15 to 17 points a night, probably 6 to 7 assists a night. That might be asking a lot because De'Aaron Fox has the ball in his hands a lot as well. But that's where I need him to be. If he was 17-6, 17-7, I think he's at 13-5 right now. But if he was 17-7 on the season, some good stuff right there. Some real good stuff.
I think he's going to ultimately see all of that. I think those numbers are like, I feel like those are almost lowball. Maybe I'm putting too much pressure on him. I feel like those are almost too low for him. I think he can easily attain those, especially given, going back to my remark a second ago, he's got to start game one next year. He comes in as the day one starter. He's working, with the starting unit. And of course, he's going against starting defensive units the entire time, which he did a lot this year, particularly during clutch time when the game was on the line. But to me, Tyrese has absolutely everything needed to be the guy you so desperately want for the Sacramento Kings, as we, to go alongside De'Aaron Fox, to be that next, to be that second superstar on the roster, or to be the second star on the roster, to be the second potential all-star, to be to be the scorer, especially if De'Aaron just picks up, where he left off this season, in that he's an aggressive scorer. He can suddenly drop 30 almost. Like he can walk onto the floor and go, okay, I think he's almost at the point where he can walk on the floor and go, okay, I can go for 30 tonight. Mm-hmm. If they need me to go for 30, it's on with De'Aaron. It feels like if they need me to go for 30, I can do it. Right. I'll do it. I don't want to. When you get these other guys involved, I want to dictate the pace of the game. I want to do all these different things. I want to, find my guys over here, find my guys over there, do all those different things. But if they need me to do it, I'm gonna go out there and do it.
He's at the point where it's
which I don't think we thought that before this year.
I mean, he's at the point where even if he doesn't want to, even if he's not looking for it, he's getting 25. You know what I'm saying? Like even if he's like, hey, I'm gonna work the ball around tonight, I'm not gonna shoot as much, he still ends up with 25. You know what I mean? That's before he even says, okay, let me turn it up a little bit, get to 30. So we got that with De'Aaron Fox. Like you mentioned, Tyrese, maybe it is a baby step. Maybe ultimately he can get even higher. But just for next season, working on this summer, I want to see him come back and next year be 17-7. If he can do that, we got action. We got some real action.
We definitely do. And BetQL does as well. The King's Ransom brought to you by BetQL. What do they think about tonight's game? We'll have that coming up for you in just a couple of minutes. We'll dive into the Pacers' problem with their head coach, their brand new head coach, whose future is suddenly in question. And then we'll dive into tonight's game. Can the Kings replicate what they did last night against the Oklahoma City Thunder? And what do they have to do differently? We'll have Kenny's keys to a Kings victory, and we'll go commercial free until the top of the 4 hour. And we get back here on Sacramento's #1 sports station. It's D'Lo and KC here on ESPN 1320.
I'm standing right. I'm right here. I'm just stand up.
I see what you did there, Roddy. Very funny. Very funny.
That is funny.
I thought this was a safe place. Apparently it is not. We're at the point now where I get dressed going, is the chat gonna roast this? I knew. It's just too damn hot today. I knew. Yeah, I'm
today.
I'm here for this one. Uh-oh. I saw that. Uh-huh.
You guys, by the way, don't mind my fit. This is my work attire. All right. And I'm going straight to the gym after this. So don't mind my basketball shorts, collared shirt.
You see that? That's the classic 2020 look right there. You gotta be I considered doing that. I was like, I need to put on a different shirt. And I was like, no, to hell with them. Let them make fun of me. And truthfully, this is too damn heavy. This was a bad look for a 95-degree day, because I'm gonna have to take this off and put on something else when I go walk my dogs.
I mean, hello, genius. But it is a lot warmer than it was at 12 o'clock. I feel it.
Man, you ain't gonna get that type of analytical work anywhere else, folks.
Christina,
you in trouble. Kenny's coming for your job. It got warmer as the day went along. Damn.
Okay, Damien. Let me ask you a question. What's the hottest part of the day?
Man, like is it 5? Like 4:45, 5 o'clock?
I always thought it was about that time.
Mm-hmm.
I always thought it was about time. Sometimes
It's not?
I feel, I don't know. Somebody answered the question. I always feel like it's like, I always thought it was about that time, but it might be like 3 or 4. It feels like that's when the sun is really like beaten down. I don't know. You guys tell me.
Yeah, no,
Christina,
I guess.
somebody at Christina tell her to get into the chat and let us know when the hottest time of the day is.
Yeah, hit her up. Do I have Christina's number? I feel like I do. She's going to look at her phone. What the hell is this? Christina. Hey, just a random conversation during a commercial. What's the hottest time of the day?
Look at homecoming queen Morgan Reagan.
Yeah, right?
It's crazy. Not crazy, but just the throwback. She looks the same, too.
Yeah, Deuce doesn't. Did you see Deuce's?
Oh.
Deuce don't look the same.
Deuce does look the same.
Does he?
He looks the same. He does look the same.
Yeah, Morgan looks exactly the same. This is a Granite Bay picture right here, boy, if I ever seen one. I didn't mean that I just meant, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
How many homecoming queens are there?
Right? Jeez. Did they do, no, because there's 5. I was about to say, did they do one for every class? Typically, I think they do that. They do one for every class.
Christina Warner says 4 to 5.
I said 4. I'll take it.
Poor Christina Warner. Like, I can't imagine what she was thinking as she just looked down at her phone. Like, what is this idiot doing? Just text Christina Warner. Hey, just random conversation happening here in the chat. What's the hottest time of the day? She said 4 to 5 p.m. usually. And she said sun seems hotter earlier, but it's not. 4 to 5 p.m.
Yeah, I'm going to take that as a victory for me. I said 4. I said 3 or 4, but I'll take 4. Victory for me. I also remember when Christina told us a couple.
Do you need
years
help
ago,
patting yourself on the back? Like, is Jazz home? Can she just come? You have been, there you go. Thank you. Barry Horowitz, ladies and gentlemen.
I also remember when Christina, that's my girl, by the way. Shout out Christina Warner. But she
Thanks for responding to that text also, Christina.
Yeah. And she keeps telling me, and I'm never going to accept it, that it did not snow here in Sacramento a couple years ago when there was snow on the ground.
Okay.
You remember?
No.
It's like the only time it ever happened. Like there was quote
no matter what it was, it wasn't snow to me. If I didn't have to go shovel it, it wasn't snow. I had to buy a snow plow in Connecticut. Like, don't talk to me about, that's snow.
Yeah, the meteorologist also said it wasn't snow. She gave us exactly what it was, but it snowed here in Sacramento.
Okay. Hey, I know this is gonna open up a can, not a whoop ass, but of something else. Brandon Ingram's day to day. Brandon Ingram of the New Orleans Pelicans is day to day here. 916. I'm gonna let that marinate here for a minute. 916-349-1320. Let's go to our man Big Al. What's going on, Big Al?
Hey, meteorology, you guys are really diversifying here. Hey, and I have a slight disagreement only because since I'm down in what some call a questionable part of town, I love my South Sacramento.
That's
We love it there because, Roseville, Rockland, Folsom, all that. But you get, unless there's that super high zone, we get them delta breezes blowing in about 4 or 5 o'clock, and we're always 3 to 5 degrees cooler.
No, for sure, right
next to 5. You might be a little further away than I am because I'm right next to 5 and right next to the Clarksburg. They don't know what the temperature is. We get that in every night.
Beautiful, isn't it? Beautiful. It's blessed. Anyway, so you already talked about Haliburton. I gave him his love. You're absolutely right. The man should be starting hopefully next year for your Kings. I mean, he's him and Fox would be a really dynamic backcourt. Yeah. So you were going to move on, I heard. So on the Rodgers deal, I listened to all that this morning.
Oh God! Oh, don't get him started, Big Al. Don't get him started.
Well, no, not just your opinions, They need all the things. I mean, a swap across to Wilson, kind of seems right. They talked about Vegas, but they said if Vegas traded Carr, Vegas is still going to have to give up 2 or 3 more picks or players. So, why would you do that? I just don't. Where could he end up? Where do you think he could end up?
I get Denver.
Vegas is going. My partner brought up Vegas. I could see that move.
Well, he brought up Vegas. I didn't like that. I don't know where this list came from.
What did you say about? Oh no, you said Russell Wilson, Vegas.
I did say Russell Wilson. I'll always mention quarterbacks with Vegas because Gruden got that wandering eye. But the list, the famous list that came out on draft, it was the Broncos, the 49ers, and the Raiders.
I think the Raiders might still be in play. Raiders and Broncos.
Raiders are always going to be in play as long as John Gruden is there.
Man.
Russell Wilson will be there, and he's like, hey, I love this quarterback coming out of Nevada. Boy, that kid is good. This kid coming out of Sac City. Woo! I ain't never seen a rocket like that. He'll always find a quarterback he loves.
It's funny that you bring that up, though, man, because the quarterback market is a little crazy and is kind of drying up. Like, there's not a lot of teams out there. I think I've heard the same things that you heard about quarterbacks coming in next year.
Mm-hmm.
And now there's another crop of 4 or 5, that may go in that first round. I don't know where these quarterbacks are going.
The leash is short, though. Like, think about what we were just talking about earlier. Like Daniel Jones, Jalen. The leash is short. Like, you've got an opportunity. Baker is a fascinating prospect to watch this year. Baker is absolutely fascinating. We appreciate everybody who just popped in here on twitch.tv/ESPN1320 and youtube.com/ESPN1320. Make sure you hit the follow buttons and subscribe buttons there, right? I caught that too. Right along with us, man. We appreciate y'all for being here. We're on Monday through Friday, 12 to 4 here in Sacramento on ESPN 1320. The leash is short, man. Baker Mayfield's going to be a fascinating one to watch. Like, what if Baker Mayfield has a bad year? There's no in-between contracts.
Yeah.
There's no, okay, well, he's good, but he's not great. You either get the extension or you become Jameis Winston and you become Marcus Mariota and you become those guys. So Baker's going to be the most fascinating one to watch because you look at, Josh Allen's going to get a huge deal. Lamar Jackson, I think he's going to get a huge deal. I don't think it'll be as clear cut as the Josh Allen one, but I think they're going to lock up Lamar Jackson for a long time. Baker Mayfield, I think he has to have a solid year because he was, and that's exactly what he was last year. He was solid. He wasn't great. He was just he was solid.
What do you think about Tennessee?
Is that Tannehill?
Yeah, they just signed him to a deal, but say he has another year like he had last year, where he's all right.
I'm sure the out for Tannehill's probably a year away. It's usually after 3 years that you can kind of sneak out of something and it costs minimal dead cap, or sometimes it doesn't cost anything, as I think that was the case with Derek Carr's deal. Sure. I don't know where Tennessee is going to be though. You know what I mean? Like, cause you could probably still make the argument you're riding Derrick Henry. You could probably still make the argument that you're riding some of those guys there, but I don't know where they're going to be overall.
Yeah. Wow. It's interesting.
It's not going to be appealing. But again, you had 5 quarterbacks go in the first round this year. Had a couple other, like Minnesota went in the second round. Tampa Bay, they got Kyle Trask there as well. You've got 5 quarterbacks coming next year. It's the team that goes like Chicago. They were a Russell Wilson away from potentially representing the NFC right this year. Well, they got Justin Fields. So do you still go after Russell Wilson and go, Justin, sorry, fam, it's Russell Wilson? Does Aaron Rodgers do? Aaron Rodgers can't get traded to Chicago, so I don't know. There'll be 2 interesting ones to follow though, because they'll be. I just don't like. I don't know how appealing the Giants are. Like, how appealing are the Giants for Rodgers or for Russell Wilson?
Oh, they're big appealing for Russell Wilson. I believe
I don't get it.
Reports that he wants to go to New York.
Because it's New York? Is that what we're doing?
Yeah.
Okay.
It's New York. I mean, I don't think this is his ultimate.
Saquon. I don't know.
I don't think it's his ultimate reason and decision and all this other stuff. I think wifey would love to be in New York.
Mm-hmm.
Happy wife, happy life.
I think we make way too much of that stuff.
Maybe way too much, but I also don't think it. There's another double negative. I don't think it doesn't matter.
Okay.
It doesn't. I don't think it doesn't carry, any weight whatsoever.
Okay.
If he was like, I want to go to the Packers, he might be like, no, I'm not living in Green Bay.
Right.
Like, okay.
Couple of things before we get back to the Kings. The out and Ryan Tannehill's contract would be in 2023. Wow, that's a couple of seasons away. They can move on from him and only take a $5 million cap hit. Also here during the show, John Means threw a no-hitter for the Baltimore Orioles. John Means, love that guy.
Congrats. I mean, I knew he had this in him. I really did.
Been a prospect. I've been watching this guy for a long time.
Yeah, man. I knew he had this potential.
Those on the radio can't see our facial expressions.
No idea what John Means is.
Third no-hitter this season. There you have it. Third no-hitter already. Jeez.
That's a trip.
Okay. I feel like this has been a thing for a couple of years. Like pitchers they've been at it.
Mm-hmm.
Like they've kind of had their way with and of course, well, I guess the whole league has changed. The whole it's either home run or strikeout. So maybe that plays in part.
There's a big part into it. All the launch angle and all this other stuff. Also, they changed the baseballs this year. I can't remember. Did they juice them up or
again
down?
Can't
remember. No, Ramsey knows, but yeah, they changed the baseball. So yeah, there's that. And I see all you guys in the chat. Leave Big Al's Sacramento history alone, especially when you're talking about the great area that is South Sac.
Okay.
I did not know the California State Fair was on Stockton Boulevard at one point, though.
I didn't know that either.
I'm not even sure that's true.
It's Big Al's. Let him have it. Like let him have it, man. It's all his. Big Al been down with us for long enough. He could do what he wanted to. The King's Ransom brought to you by BetQL. BetQL loves this game.
Oh yeah,
5-star rating for this game from BetQL. The spread across all sports books. Pacers 6-point favorites.
Okay.
The Pacers spread is 6. BetQL, 9.5. Got the Pacers favored by 9.5 tonight with an over-under set at 239.5. Again, the over-under set at 239.5. A 5-star rating this one. They also say the Pacers are 17-6 versus poor rebounding teams.
Which is interesting because they're a poor rebounding team themselves.
It is. That is an interesting
in the league in rebounding. So.
And the Kings somehow managed to be lower. They determine a poor rebounding team though by opponents who have been out rebounded by 3+ rebounds per game over the last 2 seasons. So that's where the Pacers stand. That's where the Kings stand. That's where BetQL stands. That's where you can place your bets. The BetQL app or BetQL.com. They also have a number of other prop bets, some including DeLon Wright, Buddy Hield, Rashawn Holmes, although everybody involved in tonight's game.
What kind of prop bets we got going on now? I like those.
We got DeLon Wright, 13 points, 4 rebounds, 4 assists. They got Buddy at 25 tonight.
Damn.
They got Rashawn at 17 and 7. Marvin Bagley the third.
Love Marvin.
They sure do. 20 and 8. They have his over under set at 17.5. And they're not loving that so much.
I think they had him at 19 and 9 last night.
Yeah, they had him up there. They do love them some Marvin Bagley. He did not.
Right. I'm taking that DeLon Wright.
Okay.
Yeah. They have his over under 14.5 points. I'm going over.
Okay. Well, they're going to need that. I mean, he had 13 last night. So they're going to need they're going to need it. This is not a Kenny's keys to a King's victory. It's just a casual observation. 103 points ain't going to get it done tonight.
No.
I don't think 103 points is going to get it done against the Indiana Pacers. Now, I don't think the Pacers exactly light the world on fire offensively, but 103, that's not going to be enough. They're going to have to. They're going to need a game. It's great that they got the win the way that they did yesterday. It's great having 7 guys in double digits. It's great having the output that you had from Terrence Davis, because truthfully, you're probably going to need that output from Terrence Davis again. You're probably going to need, if we follow a blueprint from last night, you're probably going to need 2 guys off the bench in double figures like you did last night. You had Terrence Davis, you had Justin James, both in double figures. I'm going to say you probably need a more efficient night from the bench. You're going to need a more efficient night from the team overall, as they just shot 41% last night. But you're going to need a guy tonight, whether it's Buddy, whether it's Rashawn, whether it's DeLon Wright, whether it's Marvin Bagley, whether it's it's got to be someone in a Kings uniform. They got to have a night. They got to have a big, like, okay, here we go. Like, Buddy's hot. Okay, here we go. Marvin's cooking in the first quarter. Okay, here we go. DeLon Wright's picking up where he left off. They're going to need something along those lines tonight.
I look at Buddy having a night, shooting at Jay the way they need him to.
It's Buddy and Steph Curry. I don't know if you've heard that.
That hasn't come up before.
Never.
At least not in my conversations. I need him to do what he did, though.
I mean, anytime you're in the conversation of Steph Curry, like you've done really good. But go ahead.
Absolutely, you've done something good. I don't know if that tells the whole story, but you've done something good. I need him to have that Dallas Mavericks game tonight, though. They're going to need that. Yeah, they're going to need that. They're going to need DeLon Wright. They're going to need more Terrence Davis, who is starting to play some really good basketball consistently, and they're going to need Justin James or Kyle Guy to have the game that Justin James had last night. I don't know which one. I don't really care which one, but they're going to need some of that. Do we have any word on Metu? Is he still down?
We don't. Actually, Luke should be speaking right now. I'll pull up King's Twitter and keep it.
Last time we went there, they won.
That's true. And as you say that, Barnes and Metu, because he's obviously speaking already. Barnes and Metu are both out again for the Kings.
I think Barnes comes back on Friday too. With the air.
Okay. Well, so Chimezie Metu and Harrison Barnes were both working out yesterday before the game. And that's something that Luke Walton talked about. They were going to just go out there and get a feel. It's not necessarily that anything went wrong. It was just more of, maybe you guys aren't ready to come back yet. Right. So yeah, it'll be nice to see. I mean, there is a possibility, minus Tyrese Haliburton, that you have a full complementary of players for the biggest game in the history of the Golden One Center on Friday night when the Sacramento Kings take on the San Antonio Spurs. But there is a situation where there is a scenario, where you could have Harrison Barnes, Chimezie Metu, and De'Aaron Fox back on Friday.
You might see me at Al Fresco for that game.
Okay. Louis King, the newest addition to the Sacramento Kings, he joined the team last night, and he's available to play today.
Louis King. Are you ready for that era? Are you ready for the Louis King era?
I've waited for this era my entire life. I've waited for this moment my entire life. I mean, on the day that John Means throws a no-hitter, we get the Louis King era.
The Louis King.
Louis the King.
Louis King.
You ain't never met Louis the King. I've been waiting for this. I mean, it's why I got in the business. Who doesn't get in the radio to be ready for the Louis the King era?
Boy, Louis King. Now, I will say this. I don't know much about him. I'm not going to act like I do, but he looks like a Monty McNair, Houston type of guy. 6'7". I need to know more about him, if he shoots the rock or not, but a lengthy guy with size, can guard multiple positions, can play multiple positions. He's a wing player. Hey man, let's see what Louis King got. You said he's You said he's available for tonight, correct?
Louis the King is available.
We might see him.
We might. We absolutely might see him tonight.
Do I need to pull up some YouTube?
Go over to Jill Adge's Twitter page. She's been high on Louis the King for a while. Kenny ain't never seen a YouTube highlight he didn't love, by the way. Kenny ain't never seen, we tell you to hit the thumbs up when you're watching on YouTube. Kenny ain't never seen a YouTube highlight he hasn't hit the thumbs up on.
There's plenty of them. There's plenty of guys when I'll be like, nah, I don't see it.
Jill will take care of you. She's sending you the highlights right now.
Okay.
So you'll be distracted for God knows how long as we try to close out the next 20 minutes of this show.
Well, you know what I'm saying.
Hey, partner, stop watching Louis the King. Got a show to finish out.
Oh, you got that in you, Louis King?
I can see.
You got that in you, Louis King?
Get your mans.
A little. Bang out on his head though. Oh yeah.
Okay, easy. People are gonna wonder what you're watching.
Whose mans is this?
Louis the King was averaging 13.7 with the Knicks G League squad this season. Shot 45% from three.
But look, in all seriousness,
maybe the guy who's going to have the game is Louis the King.
Might be. But in all seriousness, this seems to be kind of the blueprint. Look at the guys that they brought in here. Blind Wright, he's a big guard. He's not necessarily on that level. Terrence Davis isn't that tall either. But Metu, Mo Harkless. Now you got Louis the King. All right. Guys, I always, for whatever reason, feel like they're going to go after like a Daniel House. But you want as many guys as that as possible. 6'7" to 6'9", who can still shoot the rock. Robert Woodard is a guy that can shoot the rock and has size on him. I think that's the blueprint for what they want to do. I like it. I like that approach. And yeah, I mean, we joke about Louis King, but hey, let's go. Let's go.
Like Daniel says, where were you the day the Louis King era began?
Don't forget.
Well, there is, some other things to take into account tonight because it was last night that news broke again from Adrian Wojnarowski. Nope, not about Tyrese Haliburton, but about Nate Bjorkgren's future with the Indiana Pacers. Mm-hmm. Nate Bjorkgren, the guy they just hired after firing Nate McMillan, a very good head coach.
Was doing very well in Atlanta.
And I have to imagine that is playing a small part in the way the Pacers feel right now about old Coach Nate. Apparently, according to Adrian Wojnarowski, he, quote, has significant work to do with his relationships amongst players throughout the team with some members of the organization, and with some members of the organization. But he has thus far shown a willingness to address those issues. Interesting. And normally this type of story really has no impact on the Sacramento Kings other than it is the Sacramento Kings opponent tonight. This is a 30-34 team. They're sitting at the 9th spot in the Eastern Conference. They've dealt with injuries all year, but again, according to Adrian Wojnarowski, Bjorkgren's style of coaching and communication on the court and in the locker room and in individual settings with players and staff, it's just been the root of team turmoil this season. I hope they get this addressed tomorrow. I really do.
Matter of fact, I hope this tonight is a straw that breaks the camel's back.
I hope so too. I hope they have that players only meeting. I hope that the whole thing happens. I hope it happens at around 7:25 Pacific Standard Time tonight.
Yeah, I like that. I like it. I smell what you're cooking. I like what you're putting out there. Look, I don't know what Indiana is going to do. I don't know what Indiana is doing, period. I don't think they should have got rid of Nate McMillan. I don't know what they're doing with the roster. They got a guy like Miles Turner who seems to continuously be on the trade block.
Yeah, he lives on the trade block. He's got a condo there.
Who I think is a good ball player, somebody that you would build around or whatever. But I don't know what they're doing. I'm in agreement with you. I want tonight to just be the straw that break the camel's back, send this whole franchise into chaos and turmoil after a 20-point loss to the Kings.
Oh, wow. I'm with it.
Not predicting that. I'm hoping that.
Sure. That's a hell of a prediction. A couple of other notes from Luke Walton, courtesy, easy for me to say, of our good buddy James Ham, no update on De'Aaron Fox. Not surprising. He's not with the team. I'm sure we'll have an update tomorrow. No, I'm not. I'm not sure of anything. Hopefully we'll have an update tomorrow or certainly Friday before the game starts, or maybe Woj will break it. I don't know. James Ham also says Barnes and Metu are both still listed as day-to-day moving forward. They tried to test their injuries in warm-ups, but they aren't ready yet. That's for Harrison Barnes and Chimezi Metu. So we'll keep an eye on that and how that develops in the coming days before the biggest game in the history of the Golden One Center coming up on Friday.
Can't wait.
One of us is being sarcastic when he says that. The other one is not.
Well,
I'll let everybody figure out which one is which.
Look, it's the truth. It's the biggest game in the history of the Golden One Center. Name a bigger one.
I can't. But that would require me to put this in the category of a big game. So
let me ask you. So I've said a couple of times this year, or this show, excuse me.
Mm-hmm.
If they went on Friday, we got real action. We got some real action. What would it take for you to say we got real action?
Well, if they win Friday, thankfully, due to the contractual outlines of my job description, I don't have to say anything because they're going to have to follow it up with another win against the Oklahoma City Thunder on Sunday. Now, if they do that, headed into Monday, you've got my attention. And that would put them at wins 4, 5, and a season high 6 in a row.
That would be crazy.
Again, it is impossible for the Sacramento Kings to follow this up with 9 straight losses, at least spanning over one season.
Yeah.
Now, it could span over multiple seasons, but they can't lose 9 straight.
That old Sixers losing streak.
So there's the positive. So I've got nothing to say if they beat the Spurs on Friday. But if they're able to beat the Thunder on Sunday, okay. I'm not jumping on. I'm along for the ride. Kenny and Marshall are driving, but I'm along for the ride.
Hop in.
As long as I got climate control on my side, I'll get in because I like it cold in the car.
Fancy.
I like it cold. You want to talk about fancy?
Stop it.
You want okay? All right. I just want to make sure. I just was asking a question. If you wanted to talk about fancy, you said stop it, so I ain't going to. I'm just saying. I know that car you got climate control. You could probably say, hey, you could probably talk into your phone and say, hey, car, come pick me up. I'm on Freeport with Metu. Come get me.
You talking about the FX? The FX is a good car.
Yeah, I believe it. Yeah, I believe it. I believe it.
Car. I don't know what else you talking about.
But yeah, that's what it'll take. I'll certainly be. I'll be excited if the King. I'm excited when the Kings win. Period.
Yes, you are.
But if they're able to take this winning streak into the weekend, back to back, not the 2 games in a row against the Thunder, both at the Golden One Center, and then you end with those. You got those 2 games against the Grizzlies, and it never shows on my schedule, but they end the season against the Jazz, right?
Well, yeah, they do. What's up with that?
I don't know. Like it's not on my I have my calendar pulled up in front of me. It's not on my schedule.
What calendar?
The calendar that the one that you subscribe to in Apple, where the Kings send the games to your calendar, it's not here. Their season ends in this calendar on Friday.
Now, to be fair to Apple,
calendar's broken.
To be fair to you, there still isn't a time for that final game of the season.
Maybe that's why.
Yeah, but it's going to be played on Sunday the 16th. That's for sure. Oh wow! I just thought about something. I got something to do on Sunday the 16th. That's crazy.
Better cancel it.
Oh man, that's crazy, and it's out of town.
Anything other than Cheryl from Elk Grove's birthday, boy, you better cancel it because.
What if that game is put on ABC?
Okay, settle down, Tiger. Relax. Like I'm along. Like, look, I'm having fun. What? Knock it off. You're going to destroy our credibility.
ABC here.
You're going to destroy our credibility here. Of course, if it's meaningful, there could be a handful of meaningful games headed into the final days of the season, just because of the 7, 8, 9, 10 scenarios, just because of hell, we look at where Golden State is. If Golden State's playing in for any type of seeding, if Portland and Los Angeles are still in lockstep here with the 6 and 7, like hell, Dallas, same thing. Those are the games that are going to wind up being in.
Yeah, those will be your Sunday afternoon games. Look, in all honesty, in full transparency, I cannot imagine a world where that game is for the playoffs. Like I really can't. Like I'd be passed out somewhere if that was like you win and you're in or something like that. I can't. No, I don't want to say this is a bit because it's not necessarily a bit. I'm really looking at the schedule. I really see a pathway, but I wouldn't even be able to talk. How people, when something crazy happens, they just type a bunch of letters. That would be me all day if that game for the Jazz was to go to the play-in game. I'd be like, what?
I'm looking at some of the other games that day. Memphis and at Golden State. Now here's one. Los Angeles at New Orleans.
Oh yeah, that's 12 o'clock.
Here's another one. Boston at New York.
Ooh,
yeah. There's one there. Looking around. Denver at Portland could mean something. Phoenix at San Antonio. I don't think so. Charlotte and Washington could mean something.
Yeah. Yeah,
Kings
aren't getting on national TV games.
It's not outrageous though. It's not outrageous. Like if for a game to mean something, it's not totally outrageous. Not likely, but I think they like if it was Sacramento gets into the play-in scenario or Golden State finishes 8th, they're going to go with Golden State finishing 8th.
Yeah.
They're not going to put the Sacramento Kings on ABC. It would only work if it was like Sacramento versus New Orleans.
That's the big one. The Lakers versus Pelicans. If that means anything for any reason.
Yeah. It could mean multiple things.
Yeah.
It could mean something for New Orleans and it could mean something for Los Angeles.
Wow.
It could be a situation where Lakers win, they're in the playoffs. Right? Pelicans win, they're in the play-in. Roddy asked on YouTube, why are we doing this? Because we want to, Roddy. That's why.
Roddy, have fun with us, man. Have a good time with us. Once again, I say all these things because what I say, what I think, what I hypothesize, what I preview, what I look forward to has absolutely nothing to do with what goes on with the Kings in about an hour and 13 minutes and beyond.
Yeah.
I'm a little superstitious, but no.
So what you're saying is
I could look to the next 5 years and it's not gonna matter.
What you're saying is you're not superstitious, but you are a little stitious.
I need to put the drums on this board. A little stitious.
It's an Office reference that a lot of people listening got, but you don't because you refuse to watch The Office.
Stop saying
but
that.
it's a famous it's I'm not superstitious, but I am a little stitious. There you go. You're welcome.
I do have to watch it. I mean,
you're not going to. You've been saying this for like a year. You're not going to watch it.
Damien, this is not the time.
You've got
basketball season is not the time. I don't.
Bro,
that's not when
I'm
watch
sorry.
movies, that's not when I watch TV.
How many of those Sky West Conference games did you have to cover on ABC or CBS? Excuse me.
All of them, pretty much.
None. You didn't have to cover a single one.
I need to know these things.
No, you don't.
Matter of fact, I'm slipping because I would have been more familiar with Louis King if I would have been paying attention.
Louis the King.
Louis the King, excuse me. Where is he from? Where are we putting him? We've taken care of South Sac. Damien,
let's let Louis get his first minutes before we assign him a part of Sacramento.
Yeah, we can't give everybody.
I mean, that Freeport Metsu was special. Let's not water it down.
Everybody a street.
Yeah. Like, come on now. Maybe you got to earn your place here.
I was slipping.
You got to earn your place here, Louis the King. Like, once we get you all set up, we'll assign you a special part of South Sacramento. Yeah. Right now, it's run by hashtag Freeport Metsu down there.
Summers are when I watch my TV shows.
Okay.
Right now during basketball season.
It's 95 degrees outside. That constitutes summer. That absolutely constitutes summer. And Christina Warner just told me the hottest part of the day is coming up here in 10 minutes.
Oh, can't wait.
And Kenny's keys to a Kings victory are coming up right now. So, how can the Sacramento Kings get their 4th straight victory? Well, they can listen to my partner, Kenny Caraway. He's flawless with these. Kings listen, Kings win. It's that simple. They don't listen, they don't win. KC, what do we got? How can the Sacramento Kings beat the Indiana Pacers on the second night of a back-to-back tonight?
Well, it's going to be tough first and foremost. Let me get that out the way. It's going to be tough, but I saw some things that I was like, I think if they do this, we got some action here. We got some action. First thing was, saw a stat where it says the Pacers are 17-3 this season when they score 120 or more points. Pacers are 17-2 this season in games where they shoot 50% or better from the field. The Pacers are 25-2 when they shoot a higher percentage from the floor than their opponent. All that told me was they're 5-32 when they don't shoot a higher percentage from the field from their opponent. So that's where I'm going for right now. This is a little defense and this is a little offense. All right.
Mm-hmm.
I need the Kings to shoot a better percentage from the floor from the Indiana Pacers.
Okay.
And they should get this W.
Okay.
That's number one right there.
That's one key. You ain't gonna get one key. You ain't gonna get a win out of one key.
That's a big one though.
That's a big key. Okay.
So that's a big one. But there's that. And then I was looking around and I said, what are some of the things that I really like from the Kings that I want to see them do more that they can win? Quietly as kept, they've been shooting pretty decent from the foul line as of late. Even last night, 13-16, 81% from the free throw line, from the charity stripe. And I said in a game like this, back-to-backs, you're going to have to take advantage of every opportunity. Not only do they have to shoot well from the free throw line, but I need them to shoot more free throws than I have a hard time saying Indiana Pacers.
You got it.
Yeah. They're gonna have to
You
shoot
could just go Pacers.
Indiana Pacers.
Okay. All right. Be true to yourself.
Being thorough. If they have more free throw attempts, I think by the way they've been shooting free throws this year, that'll be a high percentage, or lately, excuse me. That'll be a high percentage. I think they'll get the win.
Okay.
So have go to the line more times than the Pacers, and you should get that win. And last but not least, I know assist was a big thing last night. That's probably a mini keys right there. But I want to see these guys get out in the open court a little bit more. I want to see them get some easy buckets, not have to go against the half court set every single time, because I feel like Indiana is pretty good in their half court defense. Get out on the break. And if they can win the fast break battle, get more fast break points than Indiana Pacers, they'll get that victory today. So the three things I got: win the fast break battle, get to the line more than Indiana, and shoot a better percentage than them from the field. You get all three of those, we're talking about a team that's won 4 in a row. We're talking about a team that's won 4 in a row going into the biggest game in the history of the Golden One Center on Friday night.
Yes, indeed.
They'll get that victory. Let's go.
It's going to be a tough matchup for them. They got some big bodies over there.
It is.
They got some big bodies over there. One guy that we haven't talked about, I think you mentioned him here at the start of the show. Probably going to need to see Damian Jones do some work.
Mm-hmm.
Again, because they got big bodies there in Indiana. So we're going to have to see Damian Jones do some work. And I kind of need duplicate outputs from DeLon Wright and Terrence Davis.
Absolutely you do.
But I'm going to need a few other guys to step up. I need a bigger night from Rashawn Holmes or Marvin Bagley. Hell, if we can get a big night from Rashawn Holmes and Marvin Bagley, great. But he can't go 5 of 13 from 3. He can't go 5 of 16 from the field. He has to be more efficient.
Yeah.
They can't make the same mistakes that they did yesterday. They can't shoot 41% against the Indiana Pacers and win tonight.
No, sir.
I don't know where their legs are going to be at on the second night of a back-to-back. Obviously, it's a stupid term. It's a winnable game. Given how depleted this roster is, they're playing some good ball. I don't know how they done it. I've honest to goodness don't. I mean, taking last night's game out of the equation just because OKC is bad. I don't know how they've won these 3 games without De'Aaron Fox when they couldn't walk and chew gum at the same time without De'Aaron Fox.
Yeah, I'm not sure either, but they've done it.
They have. They absolutely have, and they did it against the Lakers. They did it against the Dallas Mavericks, 2 playoff teams. See what they could do tonight.
They need to find a way. Find a way. And the words of the great John Witherspoon when he played Pops on Friday: you win some, you lose some, but you live to fight another day.
And so, what do we
need to do? Fight another day.
And we've got a scoreboard watch here.
Uh-oh.
Is that right? No. I'm asking. This is your department. I'm doing your work here.
We do.
We've got a scoreboard watch at 6 o'clock when the Jazz and the Spurs get underway.
Absolutely, you're watching that one. And quiet as kept, I'm the only one that's put this one out here. You're seeing what's going on in Minnesota with Memphis out there. I'm just saying. Is Ant-Man doing his thing? Is Karl Anthony Towns doing his thing and doing the unthinkable? I don't think they're going to beat Memphis, but you got your eyes on Memphis. Absolutely.
Only a couple of more days of this, everybody. Just a
Before
couple.
Rats is it up. Before Rats is it up.
Biggest win.
Now. See what
is it? Just real quick.
And now coming here on Monday.
Is it the biggest game in the history of the Golden One Center if the Spurs win tonight?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, it is. It makes things a little more murky and everything, but it is.
That's fine. I want to go home now. Appreciate y'all so much for listening. If you missed any part of the show, twitch.tv/ESPN1320, go subscribe there. YouTube.com/ESPN1320, go subscribe there. Hit the thumbs up as well if you're watching the video. If you catch us late, subscribe to the podcast wherever you get your podcast from, and make sure that you're tuned back in tomorrow at noon here on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320.
Go Kings!
Sir. All right. I think I gotta go. I think I have a 4 o'clock meeting. Sorry.
I'm in the gym today, so I gotta go.
Oh, okay. Coach Caraway, let's go.
Yes, sir.
Coach Caraway. Okay. Sorry to cut the post game short, but we've got post show business to attend to. King started in an hour anyways. You're probably sick of us here at this point. So, oh, look at John. John's tweeting and watching us at the same time. Way to focus your attention over here, John. Okay, right on. Security Bagley, good stuff. Where do you teach at?
No, that's what's up.
Just real quick, just curious. I always wonder what everybody does in here. I still don't know what the hell Manny does.
We got a lot of state workers in here.
By cereal. Yeah, shoot us a note. Just drop a note real quick as we're signing off. What you guys do? Securing the Bagley, like where you teach at? Oh, I saw where you UCM. Someone translate.
University of Central Michigan.
Oh, you an out-of-towner?
I don't know.
I don't know what that is. UCM. I'm trying to think of it as quickly as possible because I know he's going to type it out. I'm going to feel stupid.
It's
University of Christian Ministries.
Oh, UC Merced.
Oh, all right.
I mean, I don't know if that's what it is. That's what Roddy is guessing. UC Merced. He's right. Merced.
Respiratory therapist. Okay, young Cobe. Okay, Cobe. Appreciate it. Coach Molly, I know what you do. What's good, Coach Molly?
Coach Molly, what is good?
Director of. I saw that. Yeah, I saw that. Oh.
Hey, Bishop, we need to talk, big dog.
Okay. I like it.
University of Merced is in the middle of nowhere. It's in the middle of nowhere.
That is John's job. He's soon to be hired for another one. As soon as Justine gets back to me, you're going to be hired for another one.
Bankhead bounce.
It is a full-time job. Indeed it is. I knew that. I knew Warren was at the DOJ. That's good stuff.
I used to be at the DOJ in Oakland.
True story. Unofficial sport. No, you're kind of the official sports statistician. I don't know where this unofficial stuff comes from.
I agree.
Oh, Molly's still on COVID protocol. Sorry,
that's
Molly.
Crazy.
On that note, show is, and she says, I grew up in Merced. Sucks. All right. Andy with Merced love there.
There's a Sonic coming to Natomas, I think, by the way. Anybody hear about that?
What am I going to do with a Sonic? There's been a Sonic in the making here for like 10 years. I think I'm moving out of Natomas anyways.
Come on to the south side, man. Come on out here.
I think I've been to Sonic. I've been to Sonic, sure.
They got some nice stuff in Natomas. Like some nice new stuff. Mm-hmm. Old restaurants, but they're like new. Mm-hmm. Very nice.
Mm-hmm.
They got a new Gym Boys over there. Some good stuff.
That's what you consider a good restaurant is Jim Boy's?
Like, let's not get out of control. Jim Boy's is the best tacos in the city.
All right. John, you heard that. Kenny ruined the show, so we're going home. Bye.